and is right here in Michigan. Visit MichiganBusiness.org to discover all the ways the Michigan Economic Development Corporation can help your business thrive.
Are you trying to buy a new home, or are you a local real estate agent seeking financing for a client? We're all tired of dealing with banks, credit unions, and endless guidelines. Wouldn't it be nice to go back in time when we had common sense lending? Hi, I'm Scott Rureka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital based in Bellevue. We are one of the largest local private portfolio lenders in Washington. We've helped thousands of home buyers and real estate investors reach their financial goals by leveraging the Legacy Common Sense borrowing platform. What that means is we lend our own money, we make our own decisions. If your deal makes sense, we'll get it done. Whether you're purchasing a new piece of real estate or refinancing an existing loan, bridge loans, construction, or regular home loan, it doesn't have to be as difficult as banks and lenders make it. If you're trying to grow wealth through real estate acquisition, come talk to the experts in private lending.
Call 425-635-4700 or LegacyG.com. Legacy Group Capital, your common sense lender. LegacyG.com.
If you've been thinking about surgery or even joint replacement, here's something to consider. Hi, it's Dave Ross. I've talked to over 100 patients of Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, and many of them have told me about life-changing results. Their words, after treatment at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. These are people with severe osteoarthritis, even bone on bone, and they're back to hiking, jogging, playing tennis, skiing, golfing, walking up and down stairs, playing with the kids and the grandkids, and they're doing it without pain and without surgery. Dr. Wagner's 60-minute outpatient procedure uses your own stem cells, and because they're your own stem cells, they can help regenerate your own cartilage in your own joints. Dr. Wagner is a board-certified Seattle physician. He has over 30 years of experience, and he's performed over 20,000 stem cell procedures. And he's one of the few doing it the right way. So, listen to his patients, and remember, whether it's a shoulder, hip, elbow, ankle, wrist, or knee, before you choose surgery, first see Dr. Mark Wagner, MD. Get the facts, then get back in the game at drmarkwagnermd.com.
That's all.
Thanks for being with us. A real-world trial at Virginia Tech has shown that ordinary dogs and their owners can help combat a major invasive insect species from taking hold in their communities. The spotted lanternfly has spread rapidly to 18 states, laying its eggs on trees, stone, lumber, even cars and trailers, helping it spread. SunnySkies.com says catching the bug early is key, but finding its egg masses is no easy task. That's where your dog comes in. Dog can be trained to sniff out spotted lanternfly egg masses without disturbing the environment. It's devastating crops and yields. Sally Dickinson, Ph.D. from Virginia Tech's College of Agriculture and Life Sciences, says with proper training, dog owners can turn their pets into powerful partners for conservation. Recently, participant dogs correctly identified the egg masses 82% of the time in a controlled test and 61% in a real-world test. For Nicole Murray and Mike Gavin, I'm Gordon Deal. Thanks for listening to This Morning, America's First News.
Well, this week's First Mark Challenge victory goes to Brandy Cruz. Hey, Brandy, why? Why First Mark Insurance?
Service. I wondered for a second whether I was getting the VIP treatment, and I kind of asked, hey, is this what you do for everyone? And they're like, of course. The whole First Mark Challenge is meant to be personal, right? So it really is tailored and meant to be a personal experience for every single person. I will say I've just done whatever is the quickest and cheapest type of insurance, and I realized while I was doing it, wow, this is what it feels like to get insurance as a real adult. We had a million questions, and they walked us through every step of the process, and then they're working for you. So they're not working for insurance companies, they're working for you. To experience that level of service really shows you what the difference is with First Mark.
Brandy did it. My family did it. You got to do it. It's totally free. Take the First Mark Challenge. See how much money they can save you and how much better your coverage will get. Maybe you will be our next First Mark Challenge victory. Go to First Mark Insurance.
Your best source for local news. KIRO Newsradio. KIRO FM and HD1. Tacoma, Seattle. Northwest News.
Summer sizzle.
The heat really begins to intensify today.
MLK files released.
Well over 200,000 pages of records are now out.
remembering Malcolm Jamal Warner.
He was humble. He was kind. You would have never known that he was a major child star.
Good morning. I'm Steve Kathan. With the CBS World News Roundup, temperatures soar in many parts of the nation's midsection. Midsummer heat settles in. This mother is trying to keep her kids cool in Oklahoma.
We stay in the shade, lots of hydration, a lot of water.
CBS News meteorologist David Parkinson.
More than 60 million people impacted, and that includes places like Kansas City, St. Louis, down to Memphis, just to name a few. Your feels-like temperatures in all of those cities, 105 to 110 degrees today.
The high heat rolls east as the week goes on. At least one death in Kansas is blamed on flash flooding caused by strong storms. Well, now to Washington as controversy flares over documents under wraps in the Jeffrey Epstein case. The White House moves to release 230,000 pages of records linked to Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s assassination. Here's CBS's Weijia Jiang.
The Director of National Intelligence released the documents, including details about the FBI's investigation and files related to the former cellmate of the man convicted in the case, James Earl Ray. King's two children released a statement saying the files should be viewed within their full historical context and condemned any attempts to misuse the information in ways intended to undermine our father's legacy.
Now to Louisville, correspondent Nicole Valdez has more on a former police officer sentenced for a civil rights conviction in the botched raid that left Breonna Taylor dead back in 2020.
Former Louisville police officer Brett Hankinson was sentenced by a federal judge to 33 months in prison, followed by 3 years of supervised release. Tamika Palmer is Taylor's mother.
I don't think it was a fair sentencing, but it was a start.
Hankinson addressed the court, including some of Taylor's family, saying, quote, "If I knew the facts I know now, I would have never fired my gun."
I don't want to get if somebody come out that doorway, you know what I mean?
Prosecutors say he violated department policy when he blindly fired 10 shots into Taylor's apartment. Last week, the Department of Justice recommended a sentence of 1 day in prison or time served, a suggestion Taylor's family called insulting.
The Pentagon has ordered 700 U.S. Marines to leave Los Angeles after more than a month in the city. They were deployed during protests against the administration's immigration policies. Correspondent Vladimir Duthier tells us CBS Late Show host Stephen Colbert had plenty to say and plenty of big-name support last night in his first appearance since revealing that CBS will cancel the show come next May.
They're killing off our show. But they made one mistake. They left me alive.
With 10 months left, Stephen Colbert wasted no time taking on a frequent target.
I can finally speak unvarnished truth to power and say what I really think about Donald Trump, starting right now.
Making it clear that his attacks on President Donald Trump are here to stay until next May.
I don't care for him.
Colbert's talk show brethren sat in solidarity by lampooning the now infamous Coldplay Jumbotron incident.
I want to thank you so much for being here, on my last show.
Stephen, you're here for 10 more months.
You're listening to the CBS World News Roundup, and it's 4 minutes after the hour.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
What is dedication?
The thing that drives me every day as a dad is Darian. We call him Day-Day for short. Every day he's hungry for something, whether it's attention, affection, knowledge. And there's this huge responsibility in making sure that when he's no longer under my wing, that he's a good person. I think the advice I would give is you don't need to know all the answers. The craziest thing was believing that your dad knew everything. So as a dad, you felt like you had to know everything. You had to get everything right. It's okay to make mistakes. As long as it's coming from love, then, it kind of starts to work itself out. I want him to be able to sit back one day and go, we worked together, we did a good job.
That's dedication. Find out more at fatherhood.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
2 U.S. citizens have been barred from leaving China. One is said to be a Wells Fargo banker involved in a criminal investigation, and the State Department confirms the other is a U.S. Patent and Trademark Office employee. CBS News Asia correspondent Anna Corin.
You would have to assume that there is a lot of activity going on behind the scenes. The State Department, no doubt, in touch with their counterparts in China. Obviously, the U.S. Embassy in Beijing must be working around the clock to try to ensure that the U.S. citizens are returned to the United States.
CBS's Vicki Barker has the story of an American family that sought refuge in Russia.
We are just so blessed at this point in our lives.
Derek and Deanna Huffman and their 3 daughters moved to Russia earlier this year to escape America's liberal woke values, they said in their frequent YouTube posts. And then
have joined the Russian military.
Derek announced he'd enlisted because the whole family would then get Russian citizenship and other perks. He apparently thought he'd have a non-combat role, but then
they are going to put him on the front lines.
Without training and barely any Russian, she said he feels thrown to the wolves, but that post has been taken down. Vicki Barker, CBS News, London.
A federal appeals court has overturned the conviction of the man who was found guilty in 2017 of killing 6-year-old Etan Pates back in 1979, ordering a new trial for Pedro Hernandez, saying the judge mishandled a jury note. Pates, who vanished on his way to a school bus stop in New York City, became a symbol for missing children. Well, tributes are pouring in for the actor Malcolm Jamal Warner, the Cosby Show star who drowned in Costa Rica.
Dad, I thought about what you said, and I see your point.
Thank you. Thank you.
His character, Theo Huxtable, grew up during the show's 8-year run. Bill Cosby told CBS's Jericka Duncan that he spoke with co-star Felicia Rashad after learning of Warner's death.
We were embracing each other over the phone about a dearly beloved friend.
Malcolm Jamal Warner was 54 years old. Billy Joel says he's okay and not deathly ill, speaking to People magazine about the brain disorder that prompted him to cancel concerts. And he told Bill Maher on his podcast that his health issues are not fixed and are still being worked on.
My balance sucks. It's like being on a boat.
You look good.
I feel good.
Yeah.
I think they keep referring to what I have as a brain disorder. So it sounds a lot worse than what I'm feeling.
Billy Joel is 76, and he says physical therapy is part of his treatment. Time on the roundup, 8 past the hour.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-783-8055. That's 800-783-8055. 800-783-8055.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Many companies complain the Trump tariffs have forced them to hike prices. Let's check things out at the top online retailer.
A review from the Wall Street Journal found Amazon raised prices on over 1,000 cheaper everyday items.
Chunky's good, but Chunkier's better.
A can of Chunky soup, for example, went from less than $2 in January to $2.58 this month.
Keep that shower fresh feeling all day with Dove antiperspirant.
Dove deodorant jumped 19%. Ricola cough drops were up 40%. Amazon said the products tracked by the Journal weren't representative of the company's prices overall, but the manufacturers claim they haven't raised the prices they charge retailers. Stacey Lynn, CBS News.
And the Journal reports Heinz is considering spinning off slower-growing brands like Velveeta and other Kraft products. The company has not commented. It merged with Kraft a decade ago. And that's the World News Roundup. I'm Steve Kathan, CBS News.
KIRO Newsradio 97.3 FM, Northwest News. Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and MyNorthwest.com.
And good morning, it's 5:10. I'm Scott Carty at KIRO Newsradio. A 4-year-old is out of the hospital after being attacked by a mountain lion over the weekend at Hurricane Ridge. KIRO TV's Elle Thomas with more.
The attack happened yesterday at Olympic National Park, right near the Victoria Overlook area of Hurricane Ridge. According to the National Park Service, the boy was walking with his family on a very popular trail when that mountain lion bit him. Park rangers have found the cougar. They did not disclose whether they trapped or euthanized it.
The cougar actually has been euthanized, and the boy, again, is out of the hospital. The man accused of shooting and killing 2 women and a 9-year-old girl Saturday in Renton is being held on $10 million bail. He was arrested Sunday but chose not to appear in court. In his absence, the judge found probable cause for the charges.
The court has had a chance to review the submission of the county and finds probable cause to suspect murder, 2 domestic violence, 2 counts, and murder in the 2nd degree.
The shooting happening following a domestic dispute at an apartment near Kirkland Avenue Northeast and Northeast 18th Street. That suspect has not been charged, therefore we have no name to report. More than a decade after Leonard Thomas, an unarmed black man, was shot and killed by Lakewood police, that case has been referred to a prosecutor for a new investigation.
The decision stems in part from evidence revealed during a civil trial where a jury found officers liable for wrongful death. In 2013, Thomas was shot when he grabbed for his son after police used explosives to get into his home during a SWAT standoff. Police said at the time they thought he was armed and choking the boy. But in 2017, his son told KIRO 7,
"I think he was trying to hug me."
The Office of Independent Investigations has referred the case to the Pierce County prosecutor for a new investigation based on a review by a neutral third party, in this instance, a retired King County judge. They brought in that neutral judge because Thomas's father sits on the OII advisory board. Frank Lindsay, KIRO News Radio.
There were no criminal charges filed after the first investigation. The Pierce County prosecuting attorneys says it will review the case and make a charging decision after a full review. 3 different brush fires from Arlington to Federal Way made Monday's I-5 commute even worse. We start with the largest fire, severely impacting I-5 North in Arlington. North County Regional Authority Fire Chief Dave Kraske described it to KIRO 7 TV.
30 acres in size, and the fire came up the hillside from northbound I-5 to a tree line and kind of burned through the tree line and then started spreading across a big open meadow.
Chief Kraske believes that fire was accidentally human-caused. There was another brush fire off I-5 in Smoky Point. And farther south, 2 southbound 5 lanes were blocked with a fire near South 375th in Federal Way. For your KIRO News Radio real-time traffic, where we check I-5 first, we are continuing to see those 2 lanes closed on I-5 North across the Ship Canal Bridge. That will remain that way for the next month. And yesterday, people got their first taste of how to navigate all of it. So some of the side roads were definitely clogged, and people are seeing much longer commutes. Right now, we are seeing open roads, standard drive times. Your KIRO News Radio forecast, another great day on tap with morning clouds and then a high of 80 degrees. We're going to get up to 84 tomorrow, dipping back down to 78 Thursday with 74 your temperature for Friday and Saturday into the weekend. Right now it's 59 in Seattle. And coming up, CBS business analyst Jill Schlesinger joins us with how the feud between President Trump and Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell could impact us consumers. It's next on Seattle Morning News. I'm Scott Carty, KIRO News Radio.
Your best source for local news, serving Western Washington and the world with the KIRO Newsradio app. Always streaming live on your smart speakers. You're listening to KIRO News Radio, Northwest News.
This hour of Seattle's Morning News is brought to you by Closets by Design Seattle.
Head to T-Mobile Park August 5th through 10th as the Mariners celebrate Ichiro's induction into the National Baseball Hall of Fame. The festivities will be packed with must-have collectible giveaways, like an exclusive Funko Pop, 2004 jersey, and a replica of his Cooperstown plaque, plus his number retirement ceremony and more. It's going to be legendary.
And there it is! He's the new all-time hit king in Major League history, number 258.
Get your tickets at mariners.com/Ichiro.
You probably know Valentine Roofing for, well, roofing. In fact, they were voted best roofing company in the Pacific Northwest 2 years running. But did you know they do much more than just roofing? If you need anything addressed on your siding, gutters, attic insulation, or even exterior cleaning, give them a call. That's what I did. Hey, Jake Skorheim here. I recently had a bit of a moss problem on my roof, which happens here in the Northwest. I called Valentine Roofing to schedule a service, and it couldn't have been easier or faster. And the best thing for my hectic schedule, I didn't even need to be there for the appointment. They did everything while I was at work, and after they finished and cleaned up, I got a link with all the details and photo and video of the service. Valentine Roofing is a name you know, the team you can trust, and the craftsmanship your home deserves. So next time you need work done on your home, whether it's your roof, siding, attic, or gutters, call my favorite home improvement company, Valentine Roofing. Schedule your free estimate today by calling Valentine Roofing at 206-ROOFING or schedule online at valentineroof.com. That's valentineroof.com.
Did you know in Washington State, you can see a physical therapist without a referral from your doctor? That's right. Thanks to Direct Access, you can skip the wait and get the care you need right away. Shannon O'Kelly, how has Direct Access changed the game?
Direct Access for us, Brock, is a game changer. Why? Is because there is so much research and data out there that says if you get in early when you have a musculoskeletal problem or an injury, the earlier you get in and we can start care, the better outcomes and the decreased downstream cost, okay? So it's so important. Our providers are all doctors of physical therapy. They're all trained to identify situations and problems. They've got the skill, they've got the talent, they've got the knowledge. If you get in and start therapy early, we're going to get you back to activity, pain-free, and moving and having fun.
Fast, easy, effective. Direct Access is your path to better movement, starting with a single step. Visit irgpt.com to schedule your appointment today. irgpt.com.
Hey, it's John Curley for Closets by Design. Our closets were a mess, so I called Closets by Design. They came in and did exceptional work. Now, they're locally owned, and they've been operating for more than 2 decades. I love these guys. A family-run business with national backing, and they source almost all their products right here in Washington. Have Closets by Design come out and customize your closet. Right now, 40% off plus an additional 15% off with 18 months financing and free installation. 1-800-BY-DESIGN or closetsbydesign.com.
Bringing you Seattle's morning news since 1974, this is KIRO Newsradio.
We check in with CBS News money analyst Jill Schlesinger, who is here to talk about something happening with the Fed.
Oh, yes. President Trump versus Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell. Sort it all out for us, Jill.
First of all, the funniest thing about a one-way beef where like one side is like really angry and the other side just sort of sits silently. You might be married to somebody like that also. That it's very frustrating for the person who is trying to engage not to get anything back. And then we're sort of seeing that like a rolling anger from President Trump towards Jerome Powell. The president appointed Jerome Powell in 2017. So this is in the first administration. He's like, Janet Yellen, you don't look like a Fed chair. You're out. I'm going to get this very elegant looking lawyer who's been around D.C. forever and a good manager. Jerome Powell, you get the job. And almost immediately he was mad at Powell for keeping interest rates too high. Powell actually lowered interest rates, or his Fed did. And now all these years later, here we are back again. And the president is mad because he thinks that the Federal Reserve should lower interest rates. The Fed isn't really saying anything directly back to the president. They just keep saying the president's tariffs could create conditions where we need higher interest rates, meaning those tariffs that were enacted, and not all of them are in place, but they can cause inflation rates to pick up. And that is the fear of the Fed. They are worried that inflation will pick back up. That's why they're leaving short-term interest rates right now where they are, even though they were dropping them last year. They're kind of holding steady right now. And that's the president's real anger. It's like, wow, they're not doing what I want them to do. And so, you know, Trump has said, I'm going to fire you. And there's some question about really, can he fire a Fed chair? Probably not unless there's cause. Maybe there's cause. The Fed is redoing their building and they've gone over budget. Is that cause? So there's all this back and forth. I'm not sure, but my heart of hearts, I'm not sure that the president is really going to fire Powell, but he certainly is setting him up to be the fall guy if the economy starts to roll over. That the president looks to me like he's saying, anything goes wrong now, it's on the Fed. It's not on me.
Couldn't the president, though, if he were to fire Powell, say, put a different person in charge and we reduce interest rates to 2% and everybody can afford a home now?
Well, it's a very complicated process. He can, let's do it the different way. Let's say he doesn't fire Powell. Let's just say Powell's like, ugh, I've had enough. I'm out of here. His term is up next May, but I'm out of here. Now the president can appoint a new Fed chair, and then in January there will be a new opening on the Federal Reserve. So he'll have two positions, that he will be, but there are still other people who vote. And it's a weird thing with the Fed. One person's vote is not more important than another's. So you almost have to fire the entire Federal Reserve Board, pack the Federal Reserve, and then have them drop interest rates. So what's the problem if they drop interest rates? Well, what if they start fomenting? So short term, you're like, psych, you're right. Mortgage rates come down, housing market picks up. You know what else happens? The inflation rate starts to pick up because cheap money usually fuels a lot of spending, and a lot of spending fuels price increases. So maybe in the short term, you snag yourself, instead of a 6.5% or 7% mortgage, you're like, I got a 5% mortgage, yippee! And then a few months later, you're like, the inflation rate has now gone from around 3% to 5%, and things don't look so good in the economy. That's the issue.
As long as we're talking about inflation, Wallet Hub said last week the Seattle metro area has the highest inflation in any metro area in the country.
Ugh.
Went out for pizza over the weekend with my husband. Just two of us. It was $97 for
Stop
pizza.
it.
Yeah. So how are people dealing with these high prices?
Oh, gosh. Okay. So what is happening is it's not really, we talk about food a lot, but it's not actually food that is the big problem. I'm going to tell you the bigger problem is that there's healthcare, housing, and cars and trucks. These are huge ticket items. Those are the things putting massive pressure on households. The food is important, but don't get me wrong. So what is happening is we are seeing that consumers are shifting their spending a little bit, but they continue to spend. They're being much more strategic. So they're, someone described it as, it's not like a 5-alarm fire. It's not like it's June of 2022 and we're like, oh my God, prices. But people are smart. You look at Amazon Prime and those all those retailers that took part in like similar kind of programs last week. And you know what? There was a lot of spending, but people were very cautious. They were really focused on where's the deal, and they were quite prone to like not just a sale, but like understanding sale at Amazon versus Walmart. Where am I getting a better deal? That was interesting. They're also trading down in terms of types of brands, and they are definitely delaying some of the larger purchases.
CBS News money analyst Jill Schlesinger. Jill, thanks. Have a good week.
You too. Thank you.
It is 5:23 at KIRO News Radio. Things getting back to normal at SeaTac Airport this morning following yesterday's chaos caused by an Alaska Airlines IT issue. And President Trump posting on Truth Social that the judge in the University of Idaho murders case should make Brian Kohberger explain what happened. Kohberger has admitted to the killings of 4 students, and he'll be sentenced tomorrow morning. We'll have that on KIRO News Radio. Your KIRO News Radio forecast, morning clouds and then a high of 80 today. We're going to get up to 84 tomorrow. It's 59 in Seattle. Coming up, Crime and Punishment, our weekly check-in with Casey McNerthney of the King County Prosecutor's Office. I'm Scott Carty, KIRO News Radio.
You listen to Charlie and Manda on Seattle's morning news every morning. What do they listen to every afternoon?
I listen to John all the time when I'm driving home, driving my kids around.
I also listen to the John Curley Show, and even by the end of the day, I still like to keep my brain active, and he's very good at doing that.
John, first of all, is hilarious. I never know where this dude is coming from.
The perfect bookends to your daily commute with KIRO News Radio on 97.3 FM and the KIRO News Radio app.
Hey, it's John Curley with Dr. Kopstein from K2 Vision RLE. Doc, I heard that 50% of Americans have their lenses replaced by the time they're 75.
That's exactly right, John. As we near 50, our eye's natural lens starts to become dysfunctional. If you've now added readers to your need for glasses and contacts, it's a sign the quality and function of your natural lens is fading, and it's a steady decline towards cataracts.
Don't go another 20 plus years with poor vision, hassling with contacts and readers. Do what I did. Choose a quick, painless refractive lens exchange from K2 Vision RLE and start enjoying great vision now.
Our new lens technology is truly amazing. After replacing over 100,000 lenses, we have the experience to guide each patient to their best solution, even if that's recommending you wait a little while before RLE.
K2 Vision RLE can restore distance and near vision permanently, plus never develop a cataract. Read the reviews and schedule a free Zoom consultation now at k2visionrle.com.
Are you worried about economic conditions, tariffs, and inflation? Are you tired of trying to time the stock market? Maybe it's time to take a little risk off the table given current market volatility. For stability, there's no better option than Legacy Group's Northwest Fund, a fixed return of 9%. Hi, I'm Scott Rurucka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital in Bellevue. We've been running local real estate investment funds for over 18 years with zero investor losses, averaging double-digit returns since inception, and we also accept IRAs. Over 1,000 local investors have invested over $250 million in our Legacy family of funds. Feeling uneasy? Don't gamble your hard-earned money or risk your retirement. Legacy Group's Northwest Fund, returning 9%, has limited openings for new investors right now.
Call 425-635-4700 or visit LegacyG.com. That's LegacyG.com. This is not investment advice. Legacy investments available to accredited investors only. Details at LegacyG.com.
Have you heard the saying, chuck in a truck? The guy running a roofing company out of his messy pickup? Well, here's the scary part. Washington doesn't require a test or experience to be a licensed roofer, and they definitely don't require a brick and mortar location. Chuck could be working out of his apartment with 0 employees, hiring random guys off the street. Yikes. And the SBA says 90% of roofers are out of business within 5 years. Jim here, Chief Roof Nerd at RoofSmart, where we do things right. We have a real location on Central Avenue in Kent and a team of 50 full-time roofing pros who actually know what they're doing. We're not some fly-by-night outfit. We've put down roots, or in our case, a cement foundation, so you'll always know where to find us. No disappearing acts, no cut corners, just top-quality work from people you can trust. That's RoofSmart. Come see for yourself, or call us at 206-487-4877, or visit us online at GetRoofSmart.com. That's 206-487-4877 or GetRoofSmart.com.
Bathfitter just hit a big milestone, 42,000 installations in Western Washington. That's 42,000 bathrooms made safer, cleaner, and more stylish. To celebrate, Bathfitter is offering payments as low as $125 a month. Custom-fit tub and shower solutions are installed in as little as 1 day while also removing your old setup. Every installation is backed by a lifetime warranty for total peace of mind. Call Bathfitter or visit BathfitterNW.com today to schedule a free consultation. The special offer won't last.
Start having fun. Caesar Sportsbook at Muckleshoot Casino Resort is your #1 place to eat, drink, watch, and have fun. Keep up with your favorite sports anywhere and everywhere on property with the mobile app. Visit MuckleshootCasino.com today. Scan the QR code and let the play begin.
Muckleshoot. Experience the thrill of seeing orcas and humpback whales with Puget Sound Express. Join their family-run tours for guaranteed whale sightings, departing daily from Edmonds. These are Seattle's most popular and well-reviewed whale tours. Book now at PugetSoundExpress.com.
It's summer, and there's no better time to protect your home with the help of the pros at Integrity Roofing and Construction. With years of experience in roofing and restoration, their skilled team delivers exceptional craftsmanship, whether it's a simple roof repair or a full renovation. Integrity offers free estimates, and their customer satisfaction speaks for itself. Don't wait until the next storm hits. Schedule your free estimate today. Call 206-202-ROOF or visit IntegrityRC.com. That's 206-202-ROOF or IntegrityRC.com.
Cold is leaking and rats are moving and mold is creeping and water seeping in. It's hard to be a homeowner, we know.
Without American Crawl Space and Pest Services, it is hard to be a homeowner. Dave Ross here. American Crawl are the heroes to call for insulation and pest issues because in addition to their great reviews and decades of experience, they also give out the most PSE insulation rebates of any insulation company in the state.
American Crawl, the heroes you call.
Get your free inspection at AmericanCrawl.com.
When you speed, you have less time to react. Follow the speed limit to keep other road users safe. Speeding catches up with you. Paid for by NHTSA.
So why don't you speed? I've had one too many close calls on the road, and then I learned the facts.
It's dangerous to drive too fast.
It's true. 1 in 3 fatal crashes involve speeding.
Most people try to be safe, but speeding is dangerous.
You know, the faster you go, the longer it takes to stop.
The faster you drive, the harder you'd hit someone. Slower speeds save lives.
Please drive the speed limit so everyone is safe. Learn more at togetherwegetthere.com.
KIRO Newsradio 97.3 FM. Northwest News. Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and mynorthwest.com.
Good morning. It's 5:30. I'm Scott Carty, KIRO News Radio. A 4-year-old is out of the hospital after being attacked by a mountain lion over the weekend at Hurricane Ridge. KIRO 7 TV's Elle Thomas with more.
The attack happened yesterday at Olympic National Park, right near the Victoria Overlook area of Hurricane Ridge. According to the National Park Service, the boy was walking with his family on a very popular trail when that mountain lion bit him. Park rangers have found the cougar. They did not disclose whether they trapped or euthanized it.
Witnesses giving great credit to the father of that boy for getting in the middle of that. That cougar has been euthanized by park rangers. The man accused of shooting and killing 2 women and a 9-year-old girl Saturday in Renton is being held on $10 million bail. He was arrested Sunday but chose not to appear in court, and in his absence, the judge found probable cause for the charges. I should note he has not been formally charged yet.
The court has had a chance to review the submission of the county and finds probable cause to suspect murder, 2 domestic violence, 2 counts, and murder in the 2nd degree.
The shooting happened following a domestic dispute at an apartment near Kirkland Avenue Northeast and Northeast 18th Street. When he is charged, we'll be sure to let you know, and at that point, we will have a name. 3 different brush fires from Arlington to Federal Way made Monday's I-5 commute much, much worse than it needed to be. We start with the largest fire, which impacted I-5 northbound in Arlington. North County Regional Authority Fire Chief Dave Kraske described it to KIRO 7 TV.
30 acres in size, and the fire came up the hillside from northbound I-5 to a tree line and kind of burned through the tree line and then started spreading across a big open meadow.
This is a reminder that everything is very dry out there, and if a cigarette butt flies out the window, that can cause a big problem. Chief Kraske believes that fire was accidentally human-caused. There was another brush fire off I-5 in Smoky Point, and farther south, 2 southbound 5 lanes were blocked with a fire near South 375th Street. For your KIRO News Radio real-time traffic, where we'll check I-5 first. Northbound across the Ship Canal is moving along just fine right now with 2 lanes closed. Of course, volumes will begin building. We're seeing the usual slowdowns on the Valley Freeway northbound as you approach Renton. And other than that, we are looking at usual drive times out there. Your KIRO News Radio forecast. Morning clouds and then a high of 80 degrees today. We're going to get up to 84 tomorrow and then back down to 78 and dipping down to a little farther to 74 Friday and Saturday. It's 59 in Seattle. And coming up, we're going to have much more on KIRO News Radio.
Your best source for local news, serving Western Washington and the world with a KIRO Newsradio app. Always streaming live on your smart speakers. You're listening to KIRO News Radio, Northwest News. Seattle's morning news. Hear it live, stream it online, watch the show, or catch the podcast anytime. Seattle's morning news, wherever you are.
It's time for Crime and Punishment. We check in with Casey McNerthney from the King County Prosecutor's Office.
All right, Casey, one of the people expected in court this morning charged with 3 counts of burglary for breaking into storage units, and that's not all.
Yeah. What police say he did, in at least one of them, was steal a gun. And the reason why this comes up is because very often with storage unit break-ins or with car thefts, what people in general are looking for is guns. Because if you think about it, most people, well, at least a lot of people who are in court for burglary charges or car prowls, it's not their first time. And very often they have a court order that says don't have guns, or multiple court orders in some cases. So then how do you get one? And the hard part is guns are expensive. And so, so is ammo. Even if you buy it illegally on the streets, it's still expensive. So that's why sometimes you'll see folks get, 8 or 9 or 10 car prowls in a night looking for guns. The same with storage units too. And so, this is kind of a PSA of as best you can, try to secure those, because you never know, even in a locked storage unit, there's ways that people find ways to get in.
And I think that's really important, because responsible gun owners, the last thing they want is for somebody, a bad guy, to get it in their hands and use it to commit crime.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, once that gun gets out, good luck getting it back. Sometimes you do, but remember Gil Kurlikowski, the former police chief, he had his gun stolen. I'm not sure that gun's ever come back. That was almost 2 decades ago, I think.
Okay,
You know?
okay.
Yeah.
So we have 2 other drug cases in court this morning. One of them's SPD. That was on the blotter a little while back.
Yeah, so SPD has their blotter where they have, updates on big news stories. One of them was a pretty significant drug bust out of Magnuson Park, out of a housing unit there. And the neighbors were quite upset about it. There was a good meeting just the other day with the mayor's office, Mayor Bruce Harrell's office, and the Seattle Chief of Police, Sean Barnes, who were there listening to neighbors around Magnuson Park who were pretty frustrated by the noise, and it gets a lot worse during the summer. And this case came up. This drug dealing case came up. He's in court now because what King County prosecutors have done is charge him for drug dealing for meth and fentanyl and crack. Police also found a scale and a big wad of cash. It's important to get those cases to court.
It is important, and your office seems to be wanting to crack down on these things that are really not only crimes, but they're also just harmful to our neighborhoods.
Yeah, big time. And, it's watching what happens with fentanyl in every neighborhood, rich or poor, it just rips through communities. And there's another guy who's in court this morning, too, for a drug case out of Capitol Hill. And, he was also found with a gun. And we see that in about 15% of the drug dealing cases that we charge. About 70% of the cases that are charged out of King County from the prosecutor's office are fentanyl or meth or both. And 15 to 20% of the time you also see people who are charged for unlawful gun possession. So it's not just a harmless crime.
I got to be honest, I'm tired of saying fentanyl.
Yeah.
So the second case was also fentanyl?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Casey, I live in Auburn, and it sounds like a judge was threatened. What's going on here? Yeah,
this is another guy who's in court this morning. There was a guy who threatened to shoot a judge with a crossbow. And when you get a message like that, that's pretty traumatic. Even if you're used to kind of, some harsh comments, but when you have a real threat like that, one, you can expect a charge when prosecutors can prove it. And King County prosecutors have charged that case, but we see more and more at every level, even locally, the judges are facing so much pushback, and it's not the civil discourse that we saw even a few years ago. It's getting more and more angry and violent. And we know, there's plenty of times where prosecutors and defense and even police may disagree with the judge's decision, but keep it civil.
What's the status of this case now?
So he's charged with a felony, charged with intimidating a judge and telephone harassment. And so it'll just move forward from here. But it's pretty scary to see. Luckily, there was no physical violence, but it doesn't take much to escalate.
Guns, drugs, and threatening judges. It's a real mixed bag that you're facing, and all of these guys are in court this morning.
Yeah, them and more.
Casey McNerthy with the King County Prosecutor's Office. Thank you, Casey.
You bet. It's good to see you both.
5:38 at KIRO News Radio. I'm Scott Carty. A 4-year-old is out of the hospital after being attacked by a mountain lion over the weekend. The man accused of shooting and killing 2 women and a 9-year-old girl Saturday in Renton is being held on $10 million bail, awaiting charges. And things are getting back to normal down at SeaTac after the numerous cancellations due to an Alaska Airlines IT issue. That popped up Sunday night, but wreaked havoc yesterday at SeaTac. Your forecast today, we're looking at a high of 80 and then getting up to 84 tomorrow. Much more ahead on KIRO News Radio.
You never know what's in store each morning once you hit the road.
We've got a major traffic alert in effect right now.
While you're getting ready every morning, make us part of your routine.
What morning, huh?
Yeah. Got off to an early start.
Just tell your smart speaker to play KIRO News Radio or stream us on the app.
Both directions of I-5 are closed.
We'll help you get where you're going faster.
Maybe bail at 512.
KIRO News Radio. We're on your smart speaker, the app, and 97.3 FM.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
When you're hiring,
Have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. Job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
This is the story of Julie Guillot. She's a Leukemia and Lymphoma Society advocate and the mother of a child who battled blood cancer.
Zach was diagnosed with AML, a deadly leukemia, when he was only 5. While the treatment really attacked the cancer, unfortunately it also attacked his body. Uncontrollable fevers, terrible nosebleeds, and his skin was burned from the inside out. He died at just 9 years old, really from the treatment that was meant to save him.
The Leukemia and Lymphoma Society was founded 70 years ago by parents who also lost their child to cancer. Today, we're pioneering breakthrough treatments for kids with cancer.
We are so close to finding better treatments for kids with cancer. So it's too late to save Zach, but working together, we can save thousands of kids just like him.
Visit LLS.org and save a child's life.
America's favorite car show is back. It's the Good Guys 37th Griot's Garage Pacific Northwest Nationals presented by Wicked Fabrication. All this weekend at the Washington State Fair Event Center. Over 2,500 of the Northwest's finest hot rods, muscle cars, and trick trucks. Shop the vendor big way. A free family fun zone, great live music, Saturday night twilight cruising, and so much more. All this weekend at the Washington State Fair Event Center in Puyallup. Details at good-guys.com.
Hey there, Lori from Guardian Roofing, Gutters, and Insulation. Want to keep your home happy and prevent roof water damage? The answer is gutters. So if you're looking for gutter installation, cleaning, gutter guards, or repair, Guardian is here to the rescue. With Guardian's exclusive gutter and gutter protection systems, we are able to provide our own 30-year no-clog guarantee on all gutter systems we install. Call today and get $250 off a gutter guard installation or visit us at guardianroofing.com.
Spike O'Neill here with Dr. Matthew Sharp, owner of Sharp Vision Modern LASIK and Lens. Dr. Sharp, I am amazed at the brightness and the clarity that I didn't even realize I'd lost before I had my procedure. How's that even possible?
A lot of people don't realize that. As you get older, the lens not only is less flexible, but it gets less transparent. And gradually, even in our 40s, 50s, 60s, the lens variety does get less transparent. So you get more glare at night, more halos, loss of contrast sensitivity, loss of some color vision or decreased color vision.
Exactly what I was seeing.
And so when we replace that lens that gets cloudier and cloudier with a crystal clear lens, all of the light gets through, all of the clarity, all the brightness, all the colors. And again, with the multifocal lenses that we have, it's sort of like a bifocal built in, so you can see near and far.
Give the folks at Sharp Vision Modern LASIK and Lens a call at 425-451-2020 or online at sharp-vision.com. Sharp with an E-vision.com.
CBS News Brief. Heat alerts are up. Feels like temps in Kansas City, St. Louis, Memphis will all soar to 105 to 110 degrees. CBS meteorologist David Parkinson.
The heat and humidity gives you the dangerous heat index we will see today and really through the end of the week.
A former Louisville police officer sentenced to almost 3 years in prison in Breonna Taylor's death. CBS's Nicole Valdez.
2 other Louisville police officers that were not ones that responded to the incident are still waiting for their day in court. They're accused of falsifying records that led to the search warrant for Breonna Taylor's apartment.
A federal judge asked pointed questions of a Justice Department lawyer at a hearing on the Trump administration's bid to strip billions in funding from Harvard. CBS's Katrina Kaufman.
We know that there have been talks going on behind the scenes and that this hearing, this potential ruling from the judge, both sides are hoping that it will give them leverage to reach a settlement here.
CBS News Brief. I'm Deborah Rodriguez.
544 at KIRO News Radio. I'm Scott Carty, your KIRO News Radio forecast. We're looking for another great day. Morning clouds, then a high of 80 degrees. We'll get up to 84 tomorrow. As we approach the weekend, Friday and Saturday is going to be 74. It's 59 in Seattle right now. And coming up, we're going to have a story on the outbreaks of measles and misinformation surrounding vaccines. That's next on KIRO News Radio.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Did you know that nearly half the homes in Western Washington are not properly insulated or not insulated at all? That may be the reason why your home is way too hot in the summer and way too cold in the winter. It may also be the reason that your energy bills are sky high. Right now, Insulation Northwest is offering a free inspection of your home's insulation. This is a $199 value and it's absolutely free, no obligation. Just call today and Insulation Northwest will arrange a time that works with your schedule. We'll perform a thorough exam of your home's insulation and give you the advice you need to start saving thousands. Everyone who calls today will also receive a free infrared screening of your home using the latest technology. This will help reveal any hidden flaws in your home's protective energy blanket. What do you have to lose? It only takes about an hour and it's absolutely free. Call Insulation Northwest today, the real insulation company.
InsulationNorthwest.com. For more than 50 years, the voice Seattle trusts. This is Seattle's Morning News on KIRO Newsradio.
Measles is making a big comeback, and it's worse than anything we've seen in decades. There are now more than 1,200 cases in 39 states, including right here in Washington. And we're only halfway through the year. A new poll shows most Americans still support vaccines, but there's real concern about falling vaccination rates and a wave of misinformation that's out there. Candace DeMatteis is with the Partnership to Fight Infectious Disease. She joins us now. So let's start with the basics, Candace. How did we get to this point?
Well, as you mentioned, we're seeing the worst outbreaks in number of cases of measles than we've seen in 33 plus years. And that is largely because of declining vaccination rates for measles and a host of other illnesses. The measles, mumps, and rubella MMR vaccine is 97% effective against measles. So when vaccines are widely used, as we saw in the past, we didn't see these outbreaks at this level. But we've gotten complacent as we've gotten some distance because vaccines were so effective. We hadn't seen measles in a long time. People don't appreciate how serious a disease it really is. We maybe just say, well, I'll do it later, or I'm not going to do it at all. It's not really that big a risk. And unfortunately, that's what we're seeing, measles roaring back. And as you mentioned, highest number of confirmed cases in over 30 years, and we're only halfway through the year.
Well, we're hearing that most people still support vaccines and getting vaccinated. What's behind the drop in vaccination rates? Is it just fewer people support it?
Well, as our polling shows, most people do. The vast majority of people follow through on their provider's advice for themselves and their families and get vaccinated. But with measles is one of the most contagious viruses known to man that affects people. And we need vaccination rates at 95%. It's a recommended level to prevent spread. So even declining to 90% or, anything below that really high threshold, even if 90% of people do follow through and get vaccinated, we're under the threshold that we need to be to prevent the spread. And so that's why it's so important that people listen to ask the questions they need to get answered, talk to their personal healthcare provider, and choose vaccination for themselves and their families.
What role does misinformation play in this? How much damage is it doing?
Well, and I'd say misinformation is devastating. You can find anything you want on the internet, anything to confirm or cause you to question your beliefs in any number of different medical procedures. That's why it's so important to talk to people who know you, who are experts in this, your personal healthcare provider, pharmacists in your community and the like to really get the facts. And it's not just misinformation, but actual false information. There's so many things downplaying the risk of measles, for example. I've seen disinformation saying that getting measles is actually helpful, which is pretty shocking, but it's out there. And we're just under this constant barrage, if you will. You may talk to your healthcare provider a couple times a year, maybe even once a year if you're super healthy, but you're constantly inundated through social media and otherwise with this misinformation and disinformation. So it does create that hesitation, if you will, that has led many people to delay or not seek preventive care, or people to outright avoid it.
And I'm hearing some nuance here, and I'm hoping you can dive into it just a little bit more deeply. That is, listen, I think some people are skeptical after we came out of the COVID pandemic, skeptical, some of them at least, as to what they're hearing from public health leaders, but they still trust their doctors. What is your research and what is your polling showing?
You're absolutely right. There's been an erosion of trust, if you will, in public health authorities out of the pandemic. Maybe some of it deserved, a lot of it undeserved, but there was a lot of anger and angst around the pandemic, and unfortunately, that's a casualty of it, if you will. But and our polling shows that people do trust their healthcare provider, and that is important. They place the highest level of trust when it comes to recommendations for preventative care, including vaccines. They really do lean in and listen to the people who know them, who know the medicine, who know the science, and can make recommendations for them that are specific to them. And so that's really important to trust in your healthcare provider to ask those questions that you have from an authoritative source and someone who knows you and knows the medicine.
And what's your concern if these vaccination rates continue to fall? What could an outcome be?
Well, we'll see a lot more illness, the associated disabilities as well from long-term illness and harm from these highly infectious, highly dangerous diseases, and death, all avoidable. And that's what's really heartbreaking, if you will. With measles in particular, you have one of the safest, most studied vaccines available, highly, highly effective. As I mentioned, 2 shots are 97% effective against preventing infection against one of the most infectious viruses that we know. So we can prevent this. All of this is avoidable and preventable. And it's just sad to see that we're going to see people get sick, continue to get sick. Young children are highly at risk. 1 in 5 people who get measles ends up in the hospital. I mean, it's not just a rash. People should not underestimate the severity of measles and the preventive benefits of vaccination.
Candace DeMatteis with the Partnership to Fight Infectious Disease. Candace, thanks for your time this morning.
Thank you, Charlie, for having me. It's important messaging, and people do have questions, so it's important to get the word out.
It's 5:53 at KIRO Newsradio. I'm Scott Carty. Seattle police investigating a stabbing in Pioneer Square that happened just after 5 o'clock Monday. It was down at 3rd Avenue and James Street. A man was found with a wound to his head. He was in good enough condition to be able to speak to police before he was transported to the hospital at Harborview in stable condition. And no arrests have been made, but he did point out a suspect, apparently. Alaska Airlines is getting back to normal after their IT issue yesterday. Things are a lot smoother at SeaTac this morning, but still be sure to check your flights if you're on the way or flying out at some point today. And the northbound I-5 shutdown with the reduction of 2 lanes across the Ship Canal Bridge. Yesterday, we all got our first taste of it. Didn't go very well for many of us. But we'll have that again today. And Sully's going to have a lot on traffic coming up this morning. For your forecast, we've got morning clouds, a high of 80 degrees today. We're going to get up to 84 tomorrow and 78 on Thursday. And coming up at 6:15, I'll tell you where we rank as America's healthiest cities. We're not at the very top. 5:54, I'm Scott Carty, KIRO News Radio.
Ah, summer in the Puget Sound region, hanging at the beach. A nice coffee on a long walk with the pooch. And so much time sitting in traffic every weekend, literally going nowhere.
We've all felt it. Big construction projects are underway across the region, and I can help you get around the big delays.
Choke Points with Chris Sullivan, presented by Carter Subaru. Get all of Sully's choke points at mynorthwest.com and the KIRO Newsradio app.
10-time MLB All-Star, 10-time Gold Glove Award winner, MLB single-season hit leader, a one-of-a-kind player.
And there it is! He's a new all-time hit king in Major League history, number 258.
Head to T-Mobile Park in August as the Mariners celebrate Ichiro's induction into the National Baseball Hall of Fame. The festivities kick off with a 3-day Ichiro Hall of Fame Funko Pop giveaway, Tuesday, August 5th through Thursday, August 7th. On Friday, August 8th, arrive early to score a 2004 Ichiro jersey like the one he wore when he broke the MLB single-season hit record. Saturday, August 9th will feature Ichiro's pregame number retirement ceremony, and the first 20,000 fans on Sunday the 10th will take home a replica of his Cooperstown plaque. It's going to be legendary.
On a tremendous throw by Ichiro! He threw something out of Star Wars!
Get your tickets at mariners.com/Ichiro.
Hey, it's John Curley with Dr. Kopstein from K2 Vision RLE. Doc, I heard that 50% of Americans have their lenses replaced by the time they're 75.
That's exactly right, John. As we near 50, our eye's natural lens starts to become dysfunctional. If you've now added readers to your need for glasses and contacts, it's a sign the quality and function of your natural lens is fading, and it's a steady decline towards cataracts.
Don't go another 20 plus years with poor vision, hassling with contacts and readers. Do what I did. Choose a quick, painless refractive lens exchange from K2 Vision RLE and start enjoying great vision now.
Our new lens technology is truly amazing. After replacing over 100,000 lenses, we have the experience to guide each patient to their best solution, even if that's recommending you wait a little while before RLE.
K2 Vision RLE can restore distance and near vision permanently, plus never develop a cataract. Read the reviews and schedule a free Zoom consultation now at k2visionrle.com.
You just invested in new gutter guards to keep the junk out. So why are they clogged with moss and gunk? Well, here's the missing link between just any gutter guards and ones that actually work. You see, most gutter guards, sure, they stop leaves, but they don't stop what grows on them. Moss, algae, grime, they take over, turning your new gutter guards into a plugged, soggy mess. And that's where Moss Eater's gutter guards come in. They're changing the game. It's the only gutter guard with copper-infused tech. That means moss, algae, and gunk won't grow on it. It's like having a built-in Moss Eater on your home. And look, at Moss Eaters, we're not just going to install your guards and then let you fend for yourself. No, we're going to maintain your roof too. Because a clean roof and clog-free gutters means no water, no leaks, and no stress. Get the only gutter guard that truly fights back. Call Moss Eaters at 206-531-7800 or visit mosseaters.com today. That's 206-531-7800 or online at mosseaters.com.
KIRO News Radio.
Get on a YouTube channel.
We're live all day on YouTube. Every show, every day.
Hang out with us. The whole gang's there.
And you never know what you might see.
Back up the camera. Oh, my God.
Just search KIRO News Radio, then subscribe.
I was in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean when it happened. There was a sudden jolt, and our submarine crashed on the seafloor. We were in total darkness.
That's Dr. Dejana Figueroa, a marine biologist and STEM teacher, talking about a deep sea dive she'll never forget.
It's funny, when I was a kid, I was afraid of the ocean, and there I was, 2 miles below the surface. But as a scientist, you prepare for that. Using our training and a little creativity, we fixed the sub and finished our experiments. The dive was just too important. Every dive gives us glimpses at things few people ever get to see. Glowing creatures, fiery undersea volcanoes. When we got back to the surface, I kissed the ground and called my mom, of course. But you know what? I wouldn't trade that dive for anything.
Dr. Figueroa uses her passion for STEM to discover new things and make the world a better place. She can STEM, so can you. Check out She Can STEM for more stories and inspiration. A message from the Ad Council.
Hey, how's your money situation? Are you ready for retirement? Well, if you want to know what the pros are doing to make wealth multiply, and retire like royalty? Then you need to listen to this show, Sound Path Through Retirement, with Ben Koval and Matt Leibarger. Get your money right and tune in every weekend, Saturdays at 10 a.m. and noon on KIRO Newsradio 97.3 FM.
Seattle Children's is leading the fight against pediatric cancer with groundbreaking immunotherapy. But research is underfunded and kids need your help. Join Safeway and say yes at checkout to donate to ImmunoHeroes. Let's fight cancer for all kid kind.
Your best source for local news. KIRO News Radio. KIRO FM and HD1. Tacoma, Seattle. Northwest News.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Deborah Rodriguez. Midsummer is showing its true colors in a big way. Heat alerts are up across about 2/3 of the country, with feels-like temperatures in some places about to hit 110 degrees. CBS meteorologist David Parkinson.
We've got this heat that is locked in place. Essentially, the jet stream has gone way to the north. It has allowed moisture from the Gulf to come in, which is bringing the humidity, and it's also allowing hot air to come up from the south as well. Those two together, the heat and humidity, gives you the dangerous heat index we will see today and really through the end of the week.
And it's not just here.
I'm Vicki Barker at the Foreign Desk in London. After the hottest June since records began, much of Europe's in the grips of a blistering July. Greece is one of the tourist destinations under a heat alert this week.
We are staying inside during the middle of the day.
Lots of water, lots of ice cream and sunscreen.
Temperatures above 110 degrees. The heat waves have hit Europe earlier this summer and harder.
Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell is expected to begin speaking soon at a banking conference in Washington, D.C. One top Trump administration official is softening his stance after President Trump's call for the head of the Fed to resign. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent tells Fox Business.
There's nothing that tells me that he should step down right now. He's been a good public servant.
The president's frustrated over the Fed's refusal to lower interest rates. The head of the UN's cultural agency says she regrets the U.S. decision to withdraw from UNESCO, though she says she's not surprised. CBS's Michael Wallace.
Trump made the same move during his first term, but the Biden administration had the U.S. rejoin the agency in 2023. The White House says Trump believes UNESCO has an anti-Israel bias and supports woke, divisive cultural and social causes that are out of step with the common sense policies Americans voted for in November.
Sitcom fans and fellow actors mourning the loss of The Cosby Show's Malcolm Jamal Warner.
Dad, I thought about what you said, and I see your point.
Thank you. Thank you.
Warner, who played Bill Cosby's son Theo on the show, drowned when he was swept away in a rip current while he was vacationing in Costa Rica. Cosby tells CBS's Jerika Duncan he's spoken with Felicia Rashad, who played his TV wife.
We were embracing each other over the phone about a dearly beloved friend.
The Costa Rican Red Cross says a second person who was in the water at the same resort in Limon is in critical condition. Malcolm Jamal Warner was 54 years old. This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Get renter's insurance to protect the things that make your place a home, including coverage for theft or damage. Visit Progressive.com.
6:03 Tuesday morning. Let's head over to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk with Chris Sullivan.
So far, so good on southbound I-5. I'll get to that in a minute. First things we have is we're working a crash on northbound I-5 right after you get to 272nd coming up out of Federal Way. And we've got a pretty sizable backup behind it and a 15-minute delay already from Federal Way to Seattle. That drive at 50 minutes to start your day. Valley Freeway next to that, not terrible. Heavy through Auburn, but about 40 minutes to make the drive there. And Renton to Bellevue is only 15. Now to the star of the show, the southbound I-5 drive, which was so fun yesterday. We're already seeing a backup right there at Northgate where we have the express lanes closed again in the southbound direction. Today, day 2 of our commute of the month of hell. And yesterday lived up to its name. Right now, 45 minutes from Everett to Seattle. 35 from Everett to Bellevue. Across the lake, we're still doing really well, and it looks like we've got some late construction pickup on westbound 16 getting across the Narrows Bridge. This traffic report is brought to you by Home Comfort Alliance. Save up to 25% on remaining 24 heat pumps and ACs during Home Comfort Alliance warehouse clearance sale while supplies last. HomeComfortAlliance.com.
Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and MyNorthwest.com.
Live from East Lake Avenue.
You're listening to Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
Good morning. It's 6:04, and we start with a terrifying encounter on a popular hiking trail in Olympic National Park.
A 4-year-old child is recovering after being attacked by a cougar on Hurricane Ridge. Officials say the animal, which was wearing a tracking collar, bit the child as their family was hiking the trail.
KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey has the latest on the investigation and the child's condition.
Yeah, a witness, Steve Murrow, tells KIRO 7 TV he was walking on that very same path just moments after it happened.
We heard screaming of a small child, and then there was another group of people behind them, and they were all huddled up, and they're like, you guys need to be careful. There was literally just a cougar or a wolf attack.
So this is a really popular trail, happens Sunday afternoons, the kind of trail that's really wide and flat, super easy for little kids. Murrow says he saw the child's mother holding the 4-year-old, and there was another group of people there helping them out. The child was sobbing, but seemed more scared than injured. Murrow says the child's father ran after that cougar and chased it away.
He's a hero. And it just boils down to safety in numbers. And it is rare that something like this would happen. I don't think that kid would survive if it wasn't for his dad.
Yeah, sounds like it. Rangers brought in a dog team and found that cougar a couple of hours later, but they waited until yesterday in order to kill it humanely. The 4-year-old was airlifted to Harborview Medical Center right away and has been released from the hospital. That's good news. Rangers say there are no current threats to the public. That trail has reopened. This is one of those instances you never want to run away from a cougar. As scary as that sounds, you want to make yourself big and stand with a group of people. That's always a good idea. To scare a cougar away, hiking in groups is a great idea as well. But as scary as it sounds like Dad is the real hero here. Save the day.
Okay, thank you for that, Luke. It's 6:06 now. A former Everett bar owner will likely spend the rest of his life in prison.
Christian Sayre was sentenced yesterday to at least 109 years. He used to run the Anchor Pub in Everett. Prosecutors say he drugged and assaulted multiple women over nearly a decade. After 4 trials, juries convicted him on 16 felony counts. That includes rape of a child, indecent liberties, and possession of child exploitation material. The Everett Herald reports the judge called the sentence exceptional because of the number of crimes.
More than a decade after Leonard Thomas, an unarmed black man, was shot and killed by Lakewood police, the case has been referred to the prosecutor for a new investigation.
The decision stems in part from evidence revealed during a civil trial where a jury found officers liable for wrongful death. In 2013, Thomas was shot when he grabbed for his son after police used explosives to get into his home during a SWAT standoff. Police said at the time they thought he was armed and choking the boy. But in 2017, his son told KIRO 7,
I think he was trying to hug me.
The Office of Independent Investigations has referred the case to the Pierce County prosecutor for a new investigation based on a review by a neutral third party, in this instance, a retired King County judge. They brought in that neutral judge because Thomas's father sits on the OII advisory board. Frank Lindsay, KIRO News Radio.
Pierce County prosecutor says it will review the case and make a charging decision after a full review. We've also reached out to Lakewood PD for comment. There were no criminal charges filed after the first investigation.
Hear it live, stream it online, watch the show, or catch the podcast anytime.
Seattle's morning news, wherever you are.
Well, good morning, 6:08. I'm Charlie. You are Amanda.
Happy Friday to you.
I know. I'm going on vacation. Sam has a big baseball camp tournament in Cooperstown.
That's exciting. You haven't been there before, right?
Never been before. And it just so happens that Ichiro is being inducted into the Hall of Fame this weekend.
Just so happens. How cool is that?
Yeah, we're going to try to check it out.
Nice.
So a busy last day of the work week for me. We have David Burbank in the studio as our producer. We have Sully checking the roads, and Ian Douglas is filling in for Nick Krasia this morning.
This hour of Seattle's Morning News is sponsored by American Crawl Space and Pest Control.
And coming up this hour of this show, Sully has a choke point for us. I wonder what we'll talk about this morning.
Here we go again.
How did you all survive yesterday, and is this what we've got for the rest of our month?
You do not overhype it, for sure. And we'll also have our weekly personal finance segment with Brian Evans from Madrona Financial Services.
It's now 6:09. The man police say shot and killed a random stranger outside the Tukwila Costco last year is now behind bars.
Federal agents arrested Salman Haji in Kenya and extradited him to King County. Como TV reports Haji is accused of killing Yuan Ming in a Costco parking lot last year. Investigators say he tried to steal a purse while Ming and her sister loaded groceries. Ming was shot and killed during the struggle. KIRO 7 TV spoke to people nearby the day of the 2024 shooting.
I don't know if I could ever park in that area. Not that it's going to make any difference, but it's just sad, the memories.
Haji's alleged getaway driver also facing charges. His bail is set at $5 million. He also faces a federal carjacking charge.
The man accused of shooting and killing 2 women and a 9-year-old girl Saturday in Renton is now being held on $10 million bail. He was arrested Sunday but chose not to appear in court. In his absence, the judge found probable cause for the charges.
Chance to review the submission of the county and finds probable cause to suspect murder, 2 domestic violence, 2 counts, and murder in the 2nd degree.
The shooting happened following a domestic dispute at an apartment near Kirkland Avenue Northeast and Northeast 18th Street.
Is crime really going down in Seattle? City and police officials say yes. The head of the police union says no. Mike Solon is the president of the Seattle Police Officers Guild. He points to years of understaffing, alleging fewer officers means fewer arrests, not less crime.
You can't tell me that over half the agency has been decimated, but now crime is down. And I think it leads to a false narrative that they're trying to skew the community's perception that everything's okay.
Public crime data on the city's website shows more than a 20% drop in violent crime this year compared to last. Solon says data can be intentionally changed, pointing to a recent case in Washington, D.C., where the department was accused of manipulating their crime stats. Spokesperson with Seattle Police has pushed back on that claim, at least locally, telling KIRO Newsradio, the numbers don't lie and we stand by our data.
A drag racing crash in Kent sent a driver and a fan to the hospital. This happened Saturday at Pacific Raceways during the NHRA Northwest Nationals. Como TV says Sean Reed's dragster blew a tire at nearly 300 miles an hour. The car spun, hit the wall, and sent parts flying. One wheel actually struck a woman near a group of motorhomes. She was airlifted to Harborview, is now recovering at home. Reed suffered fractured ribs and lost a finger. The NHRA says it will review safety procedures.
So that was on Saturday. On Sunday, there was a monster truck show at the Kitsap County Fairgrounds, and a wheel came off a truck and bounced out of Thunderbird Arena. Video posted on social media shows one of the monster trucks landing from a jump, and that front wheel goes flying off.
My God, no way!
KIRO 7 TV reports the wheel then rolled and bounced over a fence out of the arena into the parking lot, landing on a Kia sedan. Yeah, that car was totaled. I'm not sure if you've seen pictures of it, but is bashed to smithereens.
No one was hurt.
No
Amazing.
one was hurt. You just see that wheel flying, and wow, that was something to behold.
It's now 6:12, and that's time for a check on the weather. Brought to you by State Roofing and Exteriors. It's going to be another beautiful day. Let's check in with KIRO 7 TV's Nick Allard. Good morning.
Good morning. We're all about sunshine today, although not yet. We have low clouds to start the day, but then you will see sunshine this afternoon. We're starting off in the upper 50s. It's a really nice morning with cloudy skies, and then I expect to see increasing sunshine after about 11 a.m., even a little earlier. It's not going to take too long today. So, yes, sunshine getting up to about, why don't we say 78 to 80. I have Seattle topping out at 80. Everett about 78, Olympia, Tacoma, Chehalis all at about 80 to 81. Beautiful day. Tomorrow we also see low clouds, but I think the low clouds will clear again and will be warmer, getting up to about 84, 85. But then the rest of your week, a little cooler each day. Morning clouds are just a little more stubborn on Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Upper 70s Thursday, low to mid 70s for Friday and for Torchlight Saturday, and then upper 70s for Sunday. Each day you still get the sun, but each day you just have to wait a little bit. Not a big deal. And in fact, for the Torchlight Parade on the waterfront, you're going to have a high of 74. So that means at parade time, you're probably right there at like 69, 70 degrees. That's awesome for parade forecast weather with sunshine.
We'll take it, Nick. Thank you. Right now it's cloudy and 59 in Seattle.
It's 6:13. Let's go to Chris Sullivan at the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk.
And we are seeing a little little bit of improvement on northbound I-5 past 272nd. The crash we had there that was over on the right-hand side is now clear to the right shoulder. Still have about a 50-minute trip from Federal Way to Seattle, with 35 of those minutes up to South Center. So still about 10 minutes behind schedule. I want to thank Jeff for letting me know that they are in the process of picking up the cones on westbound 16 across the Narrows Bridge. He's guessing in probably about 30 minutes before they get all of them out of the way. Rest of the map as we take a look at what's coming down on I-5 southbound, with the express lanes out of commission in the southbound direction again today. We're looking at the brake lights already starting at about 145th now. We've got about a 45-minute trip from Everett to Seattle and about 35 from Everett to Bellevue, even though there are brake lights right there past 522 in Bothell. Checking to see if we've got something out of the ordinary going on there. Across the lake, no issues. Renton to Bellevue, about 20 minutes. Behind that, the Valley Freeway's running at about 45. This report brought to you by Superior Linen Service. You never get a second chance to make a first impression. Superior Linen Service will help your company look good with logoed apparel, uniforms, floor mats, and more. SUPLinen.com.
It's 6:15. Katrina has the day off. We check in with KIRO Newsradio. Scott Carty, good morning.
Say it with me, Manda. We're number 3. Come on, guys. We're number 3. Yes. In what, you ask? Seattle is number 3 on the new list of America's fittest cities.
Oh, nice.
Arlington, Virginia earned the top spot in the American College of Sports Medicine Index. The other Washington was second, but Seattle, we're number 3. Now, here's my beef. We've exercised more in the previous month and meet aerobic activity guidelines by more than 4 points in both categories than Arlington.
Define we.
Seattle.
You're welcome, everyone. That was
Nearly
me.
twice as many of us bike to work. And when it comes to eating fruits and vegetables and sleeping, we do more of that, except for us. And even though they have a championship NBA team, at least we're not Oklahoma City, because they're at the very bottom of the list. Neener, neener, neener.
All right. Number 3, Scott Carty.
We're number 3.
It's 6:16.
Hear it live, stream it online, watch the show, or catch the podcast anytime.
Seattle's morning news, wherever you are.
And you know what that makes it time for?
Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
Hey, oh, let's go.
Now, Choke Points with Chris Sullivan.
Presented by Carter Subaru.
Sully, you came back for another day of fun.
Yeah, I did.
You've been calling it the month of hell, and it was pretty accurate.
Yeah, that pretty much lived up to probably fifth circle, maybe, yesterday.
So do you think people are going to tweak things? What are we looking at?
Well, that's the thing. I mean, Monday had the potential to go two ways. Commuters were going to be like, it's not going to be that big a deal, and show up. Or they were like, oh my gosh, it's going to be horrible, and they went something else. Well, they all came to work thinking it was not going to be that big a deal. And, I mean, it was horrible. I mean, without the express lanes open in the southbound direction, commuters ran into a 10-mile backup that extended from Mount Lake Terrace to downtown Seattle. Travel time from Everett to Seattle hovered around an hour and 40 minutes through most of the morning, well through almost 11 a.m., double the normal time. Commuters bailed to southbound 405 in Linwood, creating a travel time from Everett to Bellevue that stayed well over an hour, almost till 11 o'clock as well.
We expected this could happen simply because anytime we have the express lanes closed, then we do see these backups.
And Washington Department of Transportation's Tom Pierce believes that drivers right now are kind of testing the waters.
People will adapt to this. We see it all the time whenever we're doing road work. They just need to kind of experience it a little bit sometimes, and then they get used to it, and they make changes in their behavior, and that just helps keep traffic moving.
To put Monday morning in perspective, Monday is usually one of the lightest volume days of the week. So if we saw those kinds of backups with lighter traffic, the rest of the week could be brutal if people, Amanda, as you said, don't do something different.
People will likely adjust their schedules some. They will look more at using transit. So there are options out there. It's going to take people a few days to sort these out and just get used to it.
In fact, our good friend Spike O'Neill has committed to riding his bike today and going to light rail in Linwood and taking light rail in because he had a 2-hour,
it was like an hour 45.
And it's normally a 30-minute trip for him. Yeah. So, I mean, people were caught in
And you heard Jake, right?
Yeah, Jake, 2.5. I mean, he was going through ways and driving all over, different surface streets. He couldn't catch a break.
He had too much coffee and water, too.
Yeah, exactly. He ran into a bathroom situation, yes. And he probably wasn't the only one. So we're going to have to see how things go, how they shake out. And so, the one thing that we did notice that was kind of interesting is that northbound I-5 wasn't really bad into Seattle because it was running with the HOV lane and the express lanes open northbound. We saw a 15-minute faster than typical morning on northbound I-5. Not quite getting that this morning because of a crash we have, but day one isn't a trend, and Pierce expects that having those express lanes open northbound will eventually impact it.
The other thing people are going to get used to is the fact that the express lanes are northbound 24 hours a day. A lot of people aren't really used to that idea yet that, hey, I can jump in the express lanes if I'm going up to Linwood. They're going to get used to that, and we will start to see more traffic, I think, move out of the main line and into the express lanes.
Now, the drive through the construction zone itself was reasonably manageable. I mean, only 2 right lanes of the Ship Canal Bridge are open. Traffic backed up to about Seneca, maybe under the convention center, about 15 minutes extra to the drive through the city, because of the actual construction. So is this what we're going to have for the next month? A little early to predict, but right now you have to remember the commuters have the ability to improve it going forward by doing other things. Holly's even going to go to work a little earlier. She went to work about a half an hour earlier yesterday. She's probably going to go to work tomorrow an hour earlier. So we'll see. People are going to try light rail. And the other thing, a lot of people asked me yesterday afternoon, they were like, how can we access the express lanes in different places around the city? And there are very few spots. But the one thing, if you go to 5th and Columbia, this is my favorite way to get into the express lanes. You go up there past City Hall and you can go in, but that's 2+ only. It's an HOV only access at that point. And people are like, can the DOT waive that so we can get into the express lanes through downtown? And I asked WashDOT, and they're like, no, they're not going to do that.
But
I'm like, well,
good job.
Why not? Because it will be, that HOV requirement will be waived the next weekend that they have a full closure. It was that way this weekend during the last full closure. It'll be that way again at the end of this in mid-August, but not during the rest of the time. I know a couple of our listeners like, why not? And I'm like, I'm not really sure why, what the rationale is.
Well, have we heard any reports of troopers maybe staking out 5th and Columbia, keeping a strong eye on it?
I would say that would be unfair to me, considering the traffic backups in here. I mean, you're punishing people for trying to do something what's the harm in a 2+ or no plus to try to get you through a construction zone and maybe ease congestion all the way around? But yeah, it is still 2+, unfortunately.
We're sticklers for the law. I'm
Yeah,
just saying.
I know.
Sticklers. That's between you and Sully if you decide to ignore that law.
And I'm okay with kind of fudging things a little bit. I'm normally a rule follower, but on that one, I'm like, okay, come on, let's give everybody a little break here and help them get around. Right now, by the way, we're already seeing the backups of 145th, and there's a crash on 405 now. So, all right, here we go, off to the races.
Yeah. And Tuesday is going to be volume-wise busier than Monday.
Oh, yeah, Tuesday's by far usually our heaviest day of the week. So this one has the potential. If you're not out on the road already, it could be you strap yourself in and maybe bring an extra Gatorade bottle if you...
TMI.
Are you listening to me, Jake Skorheim? I know you're up making your breakfast and hot chocolate right now. We got your whole routine down after you listened to your show yesterday.
All right. Well, this does make it time to check current conditions in traffic at the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk.
And we are going to take a look at the southbound I-5 drive now, backing up to about 145th, where we go down and the express lanes are not open. That kind of extends down to about 85th before loosening up. So not terrible. 45 minutes to go from Everett to Seattle. We also have about a 45 to 50-minute trip now from Everett to Bellevue because of a crash just south of 522 in Bothell. That one is kind of giving you not a pleasant option to get away from the north end drive and get away from I-5, but I'll get a little bit more for you on that one. It just happened. I'm not sure which lane it's in, but we're backed up to Canyon Park. So big delays out of Snohomish County already. Looking at some late construction pickup on the Narrows Bridge on West westbound 16, but it looks like they've picked that all up and the backup has dissipated. Looking at northbound I-5, about 50 minutes from Federal Way to Seattle. Most of that getting you up past the Kent Des Moines Road. We had a crash over on the right-hand side. Right as you approach 260th, it's out of the way. Valley Freeway now 45 minutes from end to end. Renton to Bellevue a little over 20. The lake bridges are still in fine shape. This report brought to you by Bucky's Complete Auto. For over 50 years, Bucky's has provided oil changes, brakes, factory service, and more. No appointment needed. Friendly financing. Visit buckys.com.
Well, the forecast is pretty simple. We're going to see morning clouds and afternoon sunshine for the next several days, actually right on through the weekend. 80 today. Tomorrow still expected to be the warmest day of the week at 84. And then it'll gradually cool off to the mid-70s for Friday and through the weekend. Right now in Seattle, mostly cloudy and 59.
Coming up, caught in Kenya. KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey on the extradition of a suspect in a murder from the Tukwila Costco parking lot last year. Luke has an update on the way here on Seattle's Morning News.
KIRO News Radio, the Northwest's trusted news source.
Get the latest from KIRO News Radio's James Lynch.
It happened Wednesday morning just after 6 o'clock.
Experienced voices you trust.
Several people hurt after a violent Saturday in Pierce County.
Coverage you depend on.
More from KIRO News Radio's Matt Markovich.
It's as close to a veto warning as you could possibly get.
KIRO News Radio. We're on YouTube, our app, your smart speaker, and 97.3 FM.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with a Capital One Saver card. So let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Summer is in full swing, and T-Mobile Park is the hottest spot in Seattle.
Randy Arozarena, his 4th home run in the last 3 games, and he is high-stepping all the way to 3rd.
Don't miss out on special events like the next Mariners Fireworks Night on Friday, August 1st, presented by T-Mobile. Cal Raleigh and the crew are taking on the division rival Rangers at 7:10, and after the final out, we'll be lighting up the sky with an epic post-game show. Fireworks and Mariners baseball. That's 2 spectacular shows in one unforgettable night.
Holy smokes, what a firecracker! Upper deck number 34 for the big number.
Go to Mariners.com to lock in your seats and check out what's on deck at the ballpark, including Aloha Shirt Day, Saturday, August 2nd. Plus, be here for more can't-miss post-game events. The Mariners Drone Show is August 22nd, presented by Muckleshoot Casino Resort. And the final fireworks night of the season is September 12th. Mariners baseball. Trident's up.
Are you trying to buy a new home, or are you a local real estate agent seeking financing for a client? We're all tired of dealing with banks, credit unions, and endless guidelines. Wouldn't it be nice to go back in time when we had common sense lending? Hi, I'm Scott Riereka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital based in Bellevue. We are one of the largest local private portfolio lenders in Washington. We've helped thousands of home buyers and real estate investors reach their financial goals by leveraging the Legacy Common Sense borrowing platform. What that means is we lend our own money, we make our own decisions. If your deal makes sense, we'll get it done. Whether you're purchasing a new piece of real estate or refinancing an existing loan, bridge loans, construction, or regular home loan, it doesn't have to be as difficult as banks and lenders make it. If you're trying to grow wealth through real estate acquisition, come talk to the experts in private lending.
Call 425-635-4700 or LegacyG.com. Legacy Group Capital, your common sense lender. LegacyG.com.
Well, I'm here with my good buddy, Dr. Dan Nelson from Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine, and you've heard from Dr. Dan's patients over the years how a simple stem cell procedure has successfully conquered their pain. Well, folks, now it's my turn. After years of dealing with knee pain from all the football abuse, I can say my knee pain now is almost 100% gone. How'd you do it, Dr. Dan?
Well, Brock, personally, I'm very happy
that you did so well. And your story is like so many of our other patients who come in, former athletes and non-athletes as well, who have come in with chronic knee pain, and they are looking for alternatives besides knee replacement surgery. And we're happy to provide this service. It's been truly a game changer for so many folks. It's just been a pleasure to be part of this.
Consider Dr. Nelson, the only doctor with over 30 years of experience in pain medicine techniques, including stem cell therapy. I was in and out with a couple of follow-ups. It's a non-surgical solution to pain using your own stem cells. Consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD at 425-823-4000 or visit danielnelsonmd.com. That's danielnelsonmd.com.
Citizens, since we each upgraded to Xfinity in our homes, the Wi-Fi has been booming. It's fair to say our town has officially become a boomtown.
Mayor, will I be able to drop into multiplayer gaming battles with low lag?
The lag won't be an issue, but your questionable skills may be.
And what if I have hundreds of devices on the Wi-Fi? Purely hypothetical.
Seems like a lot, but sure, hundreds of devices all booming together with the Xfinity Gateway. Yes, friends and neighbors, with Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming.
The Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Now get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best-in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed. All in. Plus, get unlimited data included and no annual contract. All with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with Xfi Complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
If you're traveling through the SCA airport this summer, use the new Security Checkpoint 1 at the south end of baggage claim. Just one of the many upgrade SCA projects taking your airport from now to well. Stay up to date on all airport projects by following @FlySEA.
Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and MyNorthwest.com.
Live from East Lake Avenue.
You're listening to Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
Good morning. It's 6:30. A murder suspect who fled halfway around the world is now back in King County.
The 20-year-old man is accused of shooting a woman outside the Tequila Costco in the parking lot last year, then fleeing to Kenya. He's now behind bars in Seattle.
We get the update live from KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey.
Salman Haji was just arrested in Kenya by FBI agents. That deadly shooting he's accused of committing happened more than a year ago at that Tukwila Costco. Here's what a witness told KIRO 7 TV at the time.
Once I got out of the car, I went to walk up. The lady was still down on the ground. They were covered. She had a red blanket over her.
Police say Haji fled the U.S. some 5 days after the shooting when the headlines started hitting social media. Prosecutors say he walked up to two victims, tried to rob them, and they say he ended up shooting 67-year-old Yuan Ming. We all know how busy a Costco parking lot can be, especially on a Friday afternoon. I mean, just shocking for witnesses.
It is concerning to hear just because it was in the Costco parking lot.
I don't know if I could ever park in that area. Not that it's going to make any difference, but it's just sad, the memories.
Haji's co-defendant, 20-year-old Ilyas Abdi, is also charged with murder. Police say he drove the getaway car, which was a Porsche SUV that was carjacked from a woman earlier in the day in Seattle. Como TV is reporting Abdi was arrested in May for a separate shooting in Kent, and he's being held on $6 million bail. Haji is being held on $5 million bail. He also faces federal carjacking charges.
Thank you, Luke. A 4-year-old was hospitalized after being attacked by a mountain lion over the weekend.
We get more from KIRO TV's Elle Thomas.
The attack happened yesterday at Olympic National Park, right near the Victoria Overlook area of Hurricane Ridge. According to the National Park Service, the boy was walking with his family on a very popular trail when that mountain lion bit him. Park rangers have found the cougar. They did not disclose whether they trapped or euthanized it.
That child is now out of the hospital.
All lanes of I-5 are back open to traffic near Smoky Point, where there were several brush fires yesterday. North County Fire says the first call came in just after 1 o'clock for a single fire in the rest area just north of Smoky Point. Carrie Wheeler with North County Fire shortly after the situation got worse.
Shortly after that, there was alerts to multiple brush fires.
The fire eventually grew to 12 acres. Fires used a helicopter and drew water from a nearby lake to put it out. No injuries were reported.
It's now 6:33 and time to get back to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk. We do this every 10 minutes on the threes, and here's Sully.
It's now known as Smoldering Point Rest Area.
Sully.
Too soon? Sorry. Yeah, moving on. Just trying to give you guys, again, a little bit of a laugh because you're already sitting in a backup on southbound I-5 because of the express lanes not open there in Northgate. We're running an hour already from Everett to Seattle. The brake lights begin right around, shockingly, right at Mount Lake Terrace and go all the way down past the express lanes. Not much better on 405. We had a stall right past 522 that's moved off to the shoulder. It's heavy from Canyon Park. It's already an hour from Everett into Bellevue as well. Renton to Bellevue is running right around 25 minutes. The Valley Freeway 45. Very slow up the Fife Hill towards Highway 18. We've got a drive of about 30 minutes from Tacoma to Federal Way. Federal Way to Seattle's running around 50 minutes still, with 30 of those minutes up through South Center. We had an earlier crash approaching 260th that kind of put us behind. Olympia to Tacoma is not too bad. This report brought to you by Washington 811. If you're digging in your yard, the law requires you to call 811 to avoid dangerous and costly damage. Call 811 or submit online, digsafewa.com.
We're kind of starting to see the same issues as we saw this time yesterday morning, right?
Oh,
Here
yeah, we are.
Again.
Yeah, here we deja vu.
By the way, Manda, I'm off for the next few days.
Yes, I know.
The look, you give Sully that look. Do you see how he just melts into a puddle?
You mean when I say something stupid, like smoldering point?
Oh, he did it again. So you just give him the look, and he gets right back on track.
Okay.
That's my advice for you.
Got it. Let's talk about the forecast. It's going to be lovely. 80 for today. The clouds will burn off. We'll see sunshine. For tomorrow, mostly sunny. That'll be the warmest day of the week, 84. And then Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, mix of sun and clouds. Mainly the clouds will be around in the morning. We'll be back to the mid-70s. Right now it's cloudy and 59 in Seattle.
It's 6:35 here on KIRO News Radio. Time for the opening bell report. CBS News polling suggests growing disapproval of the Trump administration's handling of inflation. CBS's Ed O'Keefe has more.
A new CBS News poll finds nearly 2/3 of Americans now disapprove of how President Trump is handling inflation, the highest disapproval for him on that subject since taking office. More than 6 in 10 Americans say the Trump administration's focusing too much on tariffs that are set to take effect next month on imported goods, while 7 in 10 say the president isn't focused enough on lowering prices. The president continues to insist the economy is in great shape.
Boeing just started building its newest cargo jet in Everett. The 777-8 freighter officially entered production yesterday. King TV reports the plane's wing spars are made from carbon fiber. That's a first for Boeing freighters. The company says the jet will carry more cargo, use less fuel, and make less noise. It's expected to be 30% more efficient and 60% quieter than older models. Boeing plans to start deliveries in 2028. So far, there are 59 orders.
The most expensive average Uber ride in the country is in Seattle. KIRO News Radio's Frank Lenzi has details.
A 30-minute ride costs an average of $60, according to a study by NetCredit. The price of Uber rides increased by about 7% nationwide last year. The rest of the most expensive cities for Uber rides are Cheyenne, Wyoming, Reno, New York, San Diego, Baton Rouge, Newark, Anchorage, San Jose, and Portland. Cheyenne, the second most expensive city for Uber, is still $9 cheaper on average per 30-minute ride than Seattle. Frank Lenzi, KIRO News Radio.
It is really turning into Christmas in July for Northwest cherry growers. KIRO News Radio Scott Carty explains.
Prime weather conditions are producing a bumper crop of Bings and Bentons, Rainiers, and more. The Northwest Cherry Growers tells the Yakima Herald Republic estimates are up by $3 million as from 2024. That's a 60 million pound improvement. More than 34 million pounds of Northwest cherries have already been shipped. The commission says prices are good and that much of the pickings will be exported before any tariff impacts. Scott Carty, KIRO News Radio.
There's word this morning that Target is ending its popular price matching policy.
This weekend at Target,
Target says as of next week, it will no longer match prices from top competitors Walmart and Amazon. The policy, in effect for more than a decade, allowed shoppers to request price matches from those two retailers for up to 14 days after making a purchase at Target. The chain says it will continue to match prices internally between different Target locations and its online store. That means if a customer finds a lower price on Target's website, for example, the company will match the price in a 2-week period. Steve Kathan, CBS News.
More Americans are moving away from using checking and savings accounts. CBS's Michael Toscano tells us where their money is going and why.
After looking at the accounts of 4.7 million people in the U.S., the J.P. Morgan Chase Institute finds their total cash reserves are increasing. And the reason is they're more often using brokerage accounts, money market funds, and certificates of deposit, CDs, that offer investment income. The Institute analysis says the trend helps to explain the resilience of the U.S. economy after inflation and tariff uncertainty, because consumers have money to spend, even with checking and saving account balances below historical levels. Michael Toscano, CBS News.
Back-to-school shoppers are slightly less concerned about the hit to the wallet this year, but they're still looking for deals.
Some 30% of back-to-school shoppers for the upcoming school year say inflation is changing the way they shop, according to a new Bankrate survey. That's down slightly from 32% last year. Fewer Americans also say that back-to-school expenses are putting pressure on their finances. 20% say the costs are straining their budgets, down from 31% in 2022.
That's Jennifer Kuiper reporting.
Google's threat analysis group has removed nearly 8,000 YouTube channels involved in coordinated influence operation campaigns. Some 5,000 of them were linked to the People's Republic of China. More from CBS News tech contributor Ian Scherr.
Tech companies frequently cite the number of influence campaigns and accounts seemingly connected to intelligence agencies that they pull down. But it's hard to measure what that actually means. Part of the challenge is actually figuring out how big the problem is and then how much of an impact the tech industry is actually having.
On Wall Street right now, the Dow Jones Industrial Average up 75 points. The S&P 500 is ahead by 6, and NASDAQ has dropped 25 to start the trading day.
A word for KIRO 7 News, live starting at 4. It's news that puts you there so you can see for yourself. News that's happening now so you're ready. News that investigates to get you answers. News that's local because where you live matters. Know more, know now on KIRO 7 News at 4, 5, and 6 p.m.
Okay, Sully, what's coming up in traffic?
Well, we're going to take a look at the hour-long drives that are growing coming out of Snohomish County. We'll break it down for you next.
You listen to John Curley every afternoon? What does John listen to every morning?
Here's how I start my morning. Get my pot of coffee going, and then I turn on Seattle's Morning News. I listen to Charlie and Manda. This is how I prep for my show, because I know those guys have, hundreds of years of experience, although Manda looks better than Charlie. I'm going to get the straight news.
Experience matters. Seattle's Morning News, weekday morning 6 to 9 on KIRO Newsradio, 97.3 FM, and the KIRO Newsradio app.
The opening bell is brought to you by Legacy Group Capital, Common Sense Lending.
Free consultations, no fee guarantees, 5-star reviews. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains the importance of going beyond these familiar offerings.
Accident victims want an attorney, Tom, that satisfies their needs. Someone who handles those needs with the highest degree of care. Pendergast Law offers the no-fee guarantees and free consultations, but these only scratch the surface.
Okay, explain more.
We make sure that every member of our team is genuinely passionate about helping others. Customer service and communication are our top priority. It's how we take care of our clients so they always feel one step ahead of the insurance companies. Our strong reputation for high standards provides comfort and confidence when it's needed most.
Pendergast Law offers the free consultations, the no-fee guarantees, and of course, they are 5-star rated. But what really makes them different is their genuine passion for helping others. I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
That's PendergastLaw.com.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other, so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals, and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
What other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, it sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
6:43 now. Sully's at the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk.
And we're already well over an hour now from Everett to Seattle, probably closer to an hour and 15 minutes. All the result of the express lanes not being open in the southbound direction. And we've got basically a backup that begins in Mount Lake Terrace and extends all the way down. We have about a matching hour and 15 minutes as well from Everett into Bellevue. That's because we had an earlier stall near 522, and we're starting to see a few people bail and head that direction, and really early.
It's a reminder that, yes, it doesn't get there very often, and only when it really has to.
Today might be one of those days it really has to because of the stall and the volume. $15 already coming down from the Linwood area trying to get out down to Bellevue. So big time delays out of Snohomish County. Northbound I-5 definitely slow through the Fife curve up to about Wild Waves. Overall, about a 30-minute trip from Tacoma to Federal Way. And then Federal Way to Seattle's not too bad, back under 50 minutes. Rented to Bellevue, about 25 to 30 now, so we're seeing a little bit more action there. Northbound 167, heavy in and out of the Auburn area, 50 minutes on the drive for you guys. Across the lake, we're doing really well. Nothing yet on 18 down towards I-90, and then we're looking at a pretty decent drive from Olympia into Tacoma. This traffic report is brought to you by Fly Seaport Air, introducing convenient flights between Boeing Field and Portland. Seaport Airlines, parking just steps away, no TSA lines. Visit flyseaportair.com.
Beautiful day. We're going to start off with clouds, but sunshine by afternoon, warming up to 84 today, 84 tomorrow, and then we'll gradually cool off as we head toward the big Seafair weekend. Partly cloudy, 78 on Thursday. Same deal, 74 on Friday, and through the weekend we'll be in the mid-70s with sunshine by afternoon. It's cloudy and 59 in Seattle now.
It's 6:45, and KIRO Newsradio Scott Carty joins us.
Charlie, if I say believe and you instantly think Ted Lasso, then you're a true fan. And you'll be happy to know that Apple TV Plus has announced something that Jason Sudeikis hinted at back in March. Season 4 of Ted Lasso is in production.
Yay.
We don't have a premiere date, but Apple TV says principal photography is underway here in America in Jason Sudeikis' hometown of Kansas City. And Apple CEO Tim Cook posted "From biscuits to barbecue" on X to celebrate. But fear not, they will be back in Richmond with filming to come in London, and we will keep a stiff upper lip awaiting that premiere date. Premiere date.
It's such a unique show. I love Ted Lasso. It's just so positive.
And the timing of it was perfect. If you remember, it debuted during the COVID pandemic, so people were stuck at home, and it just fed a part of their soul.
All right, you're here, you're there, you're everywhere. It's Scott Carty. I left out a little word there. It's Seattle's Morning News. Coming up, we have Brian Evans from Madrona Financial, and he will be talking about the personal finance update. This is Seattle's Morning News.
Hey, Brock Ewart here with my buddy Dave Taylor from First Mark Insurance. So glad, so thankful that Molly and I made the call. Had heard so many First Mark Challenge victories, we needed to take that challenge. What does happen from your perspective when that caller, when that email, when that person reaches out to you for a First Mark Challenge victory?
That's a great question. So there's several steps we go through in the process. The first step is we're going to gather information, find out all we can about that client and what their needs are. The next step is we will go out to the market. We have dozens and dozens of carriers that will compete for the business. At the end of that process, we will then bring those findings back to the customer, show them what we found, and who the eventual winner was in that competition.
And it may be who they're with.
It might be, yes. And sometimes that's the best we can do is recommend they stay where they are, but maybe modify a few coverages to put them in a better position.
So go take that challenge today. Go be the next First Mark Challenge victory. It costs you nothing, and they will be there with you every step of the way. FirstMarkInsurance.com. FirstMarkInsurance.com.
If you want that summer body you've always dreamed of, then this message is for you, ladies, and you men too. Get rid of extra stubborn fat and address areas of loose skin around the waistline, chin, and under the upper arms with ProSculpt, the new one-day instant permanent fat removal and skin tightening treatment. Maybe you've tried the lasers, fat freezing methods, even those new pills, but without the desired results. ProSculpt is different. It's minimally invasive, performed while fully awake, slick, gentle, yet powerful. Designed to target the waistline, chin, neck, arms, and thighs, ProSculpt uses FDA-cleared plasma technology to deliver immediate, permanent fat-reducing and skin-tightening results, all in just one visit. If you want that summer body this summer, then you must act now. Go to ProSculpt.com today to schedule your free consultation. Get $250 off. For instant, permanent fat reduction and skin tightening, visit ProSculpt.com.
Mike Rowe here with a quick question. Is your concrete sinking? Whether it's your driveway, sidewalk, or patio, those uneven surfaces are not just ugly, they're dangerous. That's where Groundworks comes in. They use state-of-the-art concrete lifting solutions to prevent tripping hazards, and they're the best at what they do. Schedule your free inspection at groundworks.com/row. And while you're there, check out my latest dirty job. It's a good one.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Looking for a simple solution to hair loss this summer? Get the same breakthrough one-day treatment I received at Advanced Hair during their once yearly summer savings event. Your own natural hair begins to regrow the very next day, and Advanced Hair guarantees it will grow. Take advantage of your flexible summer calendar and get the most hair for your dollar during their best offer of the year. For details and a free consultation, call 425-449-8185. AdvancedHair.com.
Seattle's morning news on KIRO News Radio.
Brought to us by Madrona Financial and CPAs. Brian Evans joins us. And I think about parents and their finances. And so often, at least in older generations, it was dad who made all the financial decisions. But there comes a time in a lot of families where dad passes away and there's mom, and she is confused. She has not been part of this conversation. So I want to maybe talk with you. First of all, what can families do to rally behind mom, and what does mom need to know?
Yeah, I think if it's hasn't already happened, now is a great time to be involved in that discussion. I'm just from personal experience, just talking to my elderly clients about finances. Often it's kind of comical. I'll be in the meeting and the husband's saying what they want and what he's doing and all this stuff, and I'll say, all right, I need you to not talk for a while. I got to find out over here what's going on. Yeah. And so it's about having a discussion separately and together at the same time to understand so that people are on the same page when it comes to their finances.
And what are some of those challenges that women are running into when it comes to talking about investing, when it comes to investing, and how can we make sure that they're at the table as an equal to their husband, dad of the family?
Yeah, it's a very different discussion. If it's 35-year-old woman, no problem.
Yeah,
okay.
Of course.
75, sometimes that's an issue. And so that really is what we're talking about. There might be a lack of interest, because there's always one person in the family, generally, that has taken that on, maybe has an interest in finances, and the other person may not have that interest. So it's certainly not an intellect question whatsoever. It's what are you interested in? What do you like to read on this stuff? Or, some of us like it and some of us don't. And so where there's only one person in the family, male or female, but the demographics are that about 80% of the time, there's going to be a widow and not a widower with the older generation. And so it's just a real thing we want to address. It's there. And I think education, being involved, coming to all the meetings. I don't let just the husband come, for instance, older guy, come to the meeting, leave his wife at home. You got to both come. So I think that's a really important step.
What are some of the examples you might have of what you have seen with your clients that really encapsulates what we're talking about right now?
Well, one example was a new widow. She found out that his pension was single life, so that got cut off. She found out she got a drop in her Social Security because one of those checks was cut off. There was an annuity that was a single life annuity. It got cut off. The mortgage wasn't paid off, and there was no life insurance. That is not a meeting you want to have after you've just lost your spouse. So that's a real situation that can occur. We want to avoid that.
It's so overwhelming, and it's at such a
fraught time in anyone's life. All right, Brian. Well, thank you for that. You can always click below and get more information from Madrona Financial and CPAs. And you can always check out Brian's personal finance update on Seattle's Morning News, which airs 6:45 Tuesday mornings. Brian, thanks for your time today.
It's now 6:53. It is time to check traffic. We do that every 10 minutes on the threes. So take a deep breath. Chris Sullivan at the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk and take it away.
I guess we're running it back today. We're doing the exact same thing we did yesterday with even more people on the road. We are backed up 11 miles already from Linwood all the way down past 85th.
I love getting up at 2. I really do.
You will for the next month, because right now, day 2 of the month of hell for commuting, and we're living up to our name. People are doing the same thing today. We have an hour and 25-minute trip from Everett to Seattle and growing. That's a 30-minute delay minimum. A lot of people are bailing over to 405. We had an earlier stall on 405 down near 522, so it's at least an hour and 10 minutes from Everett down into Bellevue. So once again, if you enjoyed yesterday, we are in a repeat, and I'm in worse than already. And it's not even 7 a.m. The lion's share of the commute hasn't even started yet. I am full of good news. Looking at northbound I-5, we have a Federal Way to Seattle drive that is lighter than normal because the express lanes are open in the northbound direction because of the construction over the Ship Canal Bridge. We've got about a 50-minute trip from Federal Way to Seattle. Renton to Bellevue is about a half an hour. That's normal. Behind that, the Valley Freeway is running around 45 to 50, depending on how you hit the volume in Auburn. Eastbound 512, a little slow. We are sluggish up the hill from 5 to 18. Need about 30 minutes from Tacoma to Federal Way. Olympia to Tacoma looks pretty good. The lake bridges are quiet. This traffic report brought to you by Washington 811. If you're digging in your yard, the law requires you to call 811 to avoid dangerous and costly damage to utility lines. Call 811 or submit online, digsafewa.com.
Morning clouds start to clear out around 9 or 10 this morning in Seattle, and we're headed for a high of 80 this afternoon. 80 for the forecast high tomorrow. Mid-70s starting Thursday through the weekend. Right now in Seattle, we have clouds and 57.
An update from CBS News on the way. Also, New York Times investigative reporter David Fahrenthold breaks down the latest push for the Trump administration to release the Jeffrey Epstein files. That's at 7:15 here on Seattle's Morning News on KIRO Newsradio. It's 6:55.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com, sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. 1 discount per household.
With Clear Choice dental implants, one day can make the difference between hiding your smile and saying cheese. Thanks to our dental implant experts, our one-day teeth transformation culminates in your Clear Choice Day, the day when you start loving your smile again. Visit clearchoice.com or call 888-SMILE-05 to schedule your free consultation today. And let us help Seattle start smiling again.
Majority qualify for same-day dental implants after doctor recommendation. Offices owned by Dr. Alfonso Pinheiro.
Is your car road trip ready? Don't get stranded. Get to Bucky's Complete Auto Repair. Bucky's has been preparing cars, trucks, and SUVs for safe, worry-free travel for over 50 years. We take care of your car with experience and good old-fashioned customer service. For all your oil changes, brakes, AC charging, and factory maintenance, choose Bucky's. No appointment needed, and yes, friendly financing is available. Visit Bucky's.com. Bucky's, where your car feels right at home.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-486-9600. That's 800-486-9600.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Seahawks training camp, powered by Boeing, is back at the Virginia Mason Athletic Center, July 23rd through August 12th. Take in stunning lakeside views, grab autographs from your favorite players, and let the kids join in on pre-practice football drills and more. Register now at Seahawks.com/training camp.
Your best source for local news. KIRO Newsradio, KIRO FM and HD1, Tacoma, Seattle, Northwest News. This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm Deborah Rodriguez. A brutal heat dome will make for a torrid Tuesday around much of the country.
It will feel like 110 degrees in places from Kansas City northeast to Milwaukee and south to the upper Gulf Coast. Skylar Moss manages landscape crews in Memphis, Tennessee. Extreme heat may prompt her to change schedules.
I try to encourage my guys to take as many breaks as they feel that they need, and if it's just like absurd, ridiculous, then we can move things around.
Midweek temperatures across the middle of the country will be 10 to 15 degrees above normal for this time of year. Jim Crisula, CBS News.
Some parents and children will cool off at the mall, where prices are what's heating up.
Some 30% of back-to-school shoppers for the upcoming school year say inflation is changing the way they shop, according to a new Bankrate survey. That's down slightly from 32% last year. Fewer Americans also say that back-to-school expenses are putting pressure on their finances. 20% say the costs are straining their budgets, down from 31% in 2022.
CBS's Jennifer Kuiper. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent tells Fox Business he's headed overseas as a mid-August deadline looms for steeper tariffs on China.
I'm going to be in Stockholm on Monday and Tuesday with my Chinese counterparts, and we'll be working out and what is likely an extension then. I think trade's in a very good place.
Bessent says he's hopeful the tariff deadline will be extended. Passengers on a Delta flight from Minneapolis to Minot, North Dakota are coming to grips with what could have been had the pilot not swerved to avoid a B-52 bomber on its way to a flyover at the state fair. CBS's Chris Van Cleve.
Just out of the blue, just sort of very abrupt, like U-turn.
Monica Green was on that flight.
It just felt like going around a sharp turn on a roller coaster, kind of, but I could look out the window and see straight at the grass instead of seeing the horizon.
She shot video capturing the pilot's post-landing announcement.
Sorry about the aggressive maneuver. It caught me by surprise.
The Air Force says the flyover was approved by the FAA. Hunter Biden speaking out a year after his father dropped out of the presidential race.
George Clooney is not a actor. He is a I don't know what he is. He's a brand. And by the way, and God bless him.
He not only rips his father's critics, but presidential aides. In an interview with YouTube personality Andrew Callahan, the younger Biden claims they gave his 81-year-old dad Ambien to help him sleep after grueling overseas trips that preceded that disastrous performance at the debate with then-candidate Donald Trump. This is CBS News.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Another rough commute. We check in with Sully at the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk.
If you could pull the ripcord right now and call your boss and say, listen, I'm going to go remote today. I don't care if they're going to say no, but give it a try. You do not want any part of southbound I-5. We are backed up from the Mill Creek interchange all the way to 85th in Seattle. More than 11 miles of sucking the exhaust of the person in front of you. It's brutal. I mean, well over an hour and a half from Everett to Seattle and only getting worse. And this is because the express lanes are not open in the southbound direction because of the construction. It's going to be this way for a month. We got to do something different, but we'll figure it out, I guess. Everett to Bellevue, we also about an hour and 15 minutes. It can have a little capacity because south of Bothell, it's not bad. And then you can get yourself across a lake bridge. Probably 90 would be better at this point. Looking at northbound I-5, it's running at an hour, but that's about average. Brake lights up through the Kent Des Moines Road, a little bit at the north end. Rented to Bellevue's a half an hour. Valley Freeway's a normal 50 minutes now. Most of Pierce and Thurston County, though, is in pretty good shape. The lake bridges, both of them are in good shape. However, if you're going westbound on 520, you're going to drive into some of that slowing you have because we do have 2 lanes closed on the Ship Canal Bridge. But, I mean, that's the bottom story out of this whole thing. That tells you just how rough it's going to be out of Snohomish County today. This report brought to you by Superior Linen Service. 98 years servicing quality uniforms, floor mats, and more. Call Superior Linen Service. They answer the phone. Or visit suplinen.com.
Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and MyNorthwest.com.
Live from East Lake Avenue.
You're listening to Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
Good morning, it's 7:04, and this just sounds like a terrifying encounter on a popular hiking trail in Olympic National Park.
A 4-year-old child is recovering after being attacked by a cougar on Hurricane Ridge. Officials say the animal, which was wearing a tracking collar, bit the child as their family was hiking the trail.
KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey has the latest on the investigation and the child's condition.
Yeah, Charlie, Steve Murrow tells KIRO 7 TV he was walking on that same path just moments after it happened.
We heard screaming of a small child, and then there was another group of people behind them, and they were all huddled up, and they're like, you guys need to be careful. There was literally just a cougar or a wolf attack.
This happened on a really popular trail Sunday afternoon. It's the kind of trail that's really wide, really flat, super easy for families with young kids. Murrow says the child was sobbing, not screaming, so that's a good sign, and mom was holding the child. The child's father ran after the cougar and chased it back into the forest.
He's a hero, and it just boils down to safety in numbers, and it is rare that something like this would happen. I don't think that kid would survive if it wasn't for his dad.
Now, Rangers brought in a dog team and found the cougar a couple of hours later, but they waited until yesterday in order to kill it humanely, they say. The 4-year-old was airlifted to Harborview Medical Center on Sunday and has been released from the hospital. Another good sign. Rangers say there are no current threats to the public there, and the trail has been reopened. As scary as this must have been, I mean, it sounds like Dad really did save the day here.
Okay, well, thanks for that update, Luke. 7:06 now. A man accused of murder outside the Tukwila Costco is now back in King County Jail.
Federal agents caught Salman Haji in Kenya and flew him to Seattle. Como TV says Haji shot Yuam Ming while trying to steal her sister's purse at Costco. Surveillance video shows the suspects used a stolen Porsche SUV to get away. KIRO 7 TV spoke to people nearby the day of that shooting last year.
It is concerning to hear just because it was in the Costco parking lot.
I was very shocked, and I just felt for the families.
Haji left the country 5 days after that murder. His alleged getaway driver was arrested in May for a separate shooting. Both men are charged with murder and robbery. Haji's bail is set at $5 million.
Tomorrow, Brian Kohberger will be formally sentenced to life in prison for the 2022 University of Idaho murders. As KIRO News Radio's Frank Lenzi reports, President Trump is now weighing in on the case.
Earlier this month, Kohberger pleaded guilty to the murders of 4 students, including Ethan Chapin of Skagit County. By doing so, he avoids the death penalty. In a post on Truth Social, the president says, quote, "These were vicious murders with so many questions left unanswered," end quote. And he adds that he hopes the judge makes Kohberger explain why he committed them. The president goes on to say that people were shocked that Kohberger was able to cut a deal with prosecutors. Many of the families said they were angered by the deal and that it was not justice. Frank Lenzi, KIRO News Radio.
keeping you informed since 1974. You're listening to Seattle's Morning News.
Well, it's my Friday.
I know. Rub it in a little, will you?
Good morning. Charlie Harger along with Manda Factor. It's Tuesday, July 22nd.
You're going to miss half the construction project.
Oh, I don't know if the word miss is exactly what I would use, but fair enough. Sully, this is just
It's a
brutal.
mess.
Yeah, it's ugly, yet predictable. People didn't really believe it yesterday.
If only you had warned us.
I know. This is the first I'm mentioning this.
So many times we do these stories, and it turns out people do plan ahead, and it becomes kind of a nothing burger. It's the opposite this time
definitely this time. People just don't understand how many cars use the express lane southbound in the morning off of I-5.
Oh, I think we realize now.
I think we're figuring it out now. Yeah, it's just nasty. I mean, back-to-back days with more than 10 miles worth of backup, and I mean, we're only at 7:08 in the morning. It's not pretty.
Well, a busy morning awaits. We have our weekly chat with New York Times investigative reporter David Farenthold, the latest on the bipartisan push for the release of the Epstein files and whether a vote in Congress will move forward.
Also, CBS correspondent Linda Gradstein gives us an update on the conflict in Gaza. She's in Jerusalem.
And in today's commentary, a look at the legacy of Theo, Malcolm Jamal Warner.
It's 7:09. Police are searching for suspects involved in yet another street takeover in Auburn over the weekend. Home video of the incident shows car drifting and smoking its tires in an intersection along Lakeland Hills Way. One person was hit by the car but walked away. July 4th, just down the street, an 18-year-old woman was left in critical condition after a hit and run during a similar street takeover. Police are looking for any information about either incident. So far, no arrests.
A high-speed crash at Pacific Raceways in Kent injured a driver and a spectator. NHRA driver Sean Reed lost control during a qualifying run Saturday. KOMO TV reports his dragster spun out at nearly 300 miles per hour. A front wheel flew off. It hit a woman near the track. She was flown to Harborview, now recovering at home. Reed broke ribs, lost a finger in the crash. The NHRA says it will review what happened and consider safety changes.
It was a jaw-dropping scene in Bremerton over the weekend. A massive wheel came off a monster truck soaring above a crowd of people, smashing into a parked car. KIRO 7 TV's Eric Thomas reports with audio from that scene.
Oh no! Holy crap! Oh my God, no way!
Caught on camera, that tire flying off a monster truck, flinging itself into the parking lot, ends up crushing a parked car outside. Now, this was yesterday at a monster truck show in Bremerton. Thankfully, no one was injured.
It's 7:10 now. The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention says there have been more than 1,300 measles cases in the U.S. so far this year, and people who are traveling should take note.
Measles is highly contagious and is spread person to person, even when an infected person isn't showing symptoms, and it can stay infectious in the air for up to 2 hours after an infected person leaves an area. Dr. Paul Pottinger says that's why traveling can put you at risk.
Airports, trains, bus stations, being on a plane, it's where crowds are. The more people are there, the more likely you are to bump into somebody who has measles.
In an interview provided by UW Medicine, Pottinger says not even a well-fitting mask can protect you as well as a measles vaccine. If you're not sure you're immune, he says contact your healthcare provider before traveling.
That's Heather Bosch reporting.
It's just about 7:12, and that's time to get a check on the weather. It's brought to you by State Roofing and Exteriors, and KIRO 7 TV's Nick Allard is here.
It's a pretty nice morning so far. It's cloudy, sure, but you are going to clear for some beautiful sunshine. So expect cloudy conditions in the 50s to start. We're all within a few degrees, mainly in the upper 50s. And then I think you'll get to, say, mostly sunny by lunchtime, eventually getting to about 80 degrees in Seattle, about 78 or so in Everett, about 81 in Olympia, and about 81 for Tacoma. Nice day for sure. Tomorrow, expect to find some areas of low clouds again, and then sunshine up to about 84 or so, and then we get cooler. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, the trend of the low clouds continues, but they just last longer. You get more ocean air, so it is going to be cooler on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. If you go into the Torchlight, for example, you'll have a high of 74, but you are going to have a lot of clouds early. And for the parade, you're probably, starting off at around 70 or in the upper 60s. So all in all, it looks pretty nice. I don't see any chances for rain, besides maybe a little bit of morning drizzle if we have some with some low clouds, until at the earliest next Wednesday. So a lot of sunshine and a lot of warm weather in the afternoon.
Sounds terrific. Thanks, Nick. Right now it's cloudy and 59 in Seattle.
It's 7:13. Let's go to Chris Sullivan at the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk.
Do not get on I-5, please.
You sound exhausted already.
Yeah, well, I just... If you've got options, I know it's a little late in the game today, but thinking ahead for the rest of this deal, we've got 11 miles worth of a slowdown, back up basically from just south of Linwood all the way down past 85th on southbound I-5. It's an hour and 40 minutes from Everett to Seattle. It's about a 40-minute delay over what you might expect and growing. This is all because of the express lanes not being open in the southbound direction. They are remaining northbound because of the lane closures on the Ship Canal Bridge northbound for construction. Again, this is day 2 of our commuting through this, and it's basically a carbon copy of what we saw yesterday, but just with a little more volume. Everett to Bellevue, a little faster, but not by much, about an hour and 15 minutes from Everett to Bellevue. So it still has some capacity, and of course, if you can afford the $15, you can save a lot of time in those express lanes coming down out of Linwood in the express toll lanes. So that is an option for you as well. Coming the other direction, even though the express lanes are open in the northbound direction, which is unusual, but it will be that way through this month. It's an hour and 5 minutes from Federal Way to Seattle, so we're not getting that much of a discount. The Valley Freeway, 50 minutes now from end to end, with Auburn seeing the brake lights going up past Kent. It's 30 minutes out of Auburn, and we just hit the $15 max there too in the hot lane. And then Renton to Bellevue's over 30 minutes. The Lake Bridges are doing okay, which is great. Our one little spot there that's doing okay. Most of Pierce County and Thurston County, though, are okay as well. This report brought to you by Closets by Design, custom storage solutions for closets, garages, home offices, and more. You can go to Closets by Design to see the specials, or you can always call them 1-800-BY-DESIGN.
I wanted to emphasize the fact you just said this month. I mean, it's only day 2 of this thing.
Yeah, day 2 of the commute. Yeah, and we've got all the way through August 15th. Yeah,
fun.
I don't think you two understand what the meaning of the word fun is, because that's not fun.
It's called sarcasm.
That's inconceivable. Inconceivable.
This word does not mean what you think it means. It's 7:15. Let's head over to the news desk and check in with Scott Carty.
At what point are we going to have Sully start issuing, apology notes to the bosses?
Today.
You know what? I can write. You send me a text. I'll send a letter to your boss.
There you go.
I'll do it.
There you go. Hey guys, in New Jersey, name an artist, a musical artist that you might think of from New Jersey.
The boss.
Bruce.
Yeah, of course, Bruce Springsteen. Well, he decided to jump up on stage with the biggest country star there is, Zach Bryan, last night. Zach was there performing, and all of a sudden he introduced to fans the boss.
A New Jersey native, Mr. Bruce Springsteen.
And so together on stage, they got together and started strumming, and Zach Bryan got to play with Bruce Springsteen for the song Atlantic City. So the whole significance of this thing is that Zach Bryan is kind of considered Bruce's heir in the soulful songwriting era, with that raspy voice and singing about that blue collar stuff, just like core America. So just to see the two of them together, a big, big moment for fans.
You know what that was? Fun.
That was fun. Amanda, you are very accurate in your definition of fun. I completely rebuke Charlie's definition.
I feel like I'm going crazy here.
You are.
It's 7:17.
Seattle's tradition for news and conversation. This is Seattle's Morning News with Charlie Harger and Manda Factor.
On Tuesdays, we call up New York Times investigative reporter David Farenthold to look at some of the big stories of the week. And we start with the Jeffrey Epstein story.
Good morning, David. This clearly is not going away anytime soon.
That's right. President Trump seems to be doing everything he can to try to throw some sort of chaff in the air and distract everybody, but it doesn't seem to be going away.
And what is the latest here? Because Democrats, I think it's fair to say, smell blood in the water.
They do. I don't know what the political consequences of this will be so far away from the midterms. But yes, this is a moment where President Trump has been unable to change the subject, where there truly is something outside his control here, which is that there seems to be evidence and knowledge someplace about his connections to Jeffrey Epstein, that there's some things out there that we don't know about him, and that seems to be on its way to coming out. Trump has asked the courts to open up the Jeffrey Epstein grand jury trial. Ghislaine Maxwell, Epstein's longtime fixer and procurer, has said she's willing to testify. So there are other shoes to drop, but whether they will drop, I don't know.
How does Congress fit into all of this?
Well, members of Congress, especially Republicans in Congress, have been so devoted to President Trump, sort of doing whatever he wants. But we've seen a few instances on this case where they are sort of breaking away from him and saying, hey, we want there to be more transparency. We want there to be more court documents released. But Speaker Mike Johnson, who, is very, very close to Trump, he seems to be backing off from his independence and now saying, Trump needs some space. We shouldn't take a vote about releasing the Epstein files. He's trying to give Trump cover rather than calling for more disclosure in this case.
How unusual is it to see pushback from the mega faithful on the president?
It's really unusual, and it takes an issue like this, an issue of, children, pedophilia, sex trafficking, something that's very, very close to a lot of their hearts and things that they really, really care about. There's very few subjects that in this life they care about enough to not listen to Trump, and this is one of them.
Well, speaking of releasing files, the Trump administration has released a set of files long kept by the FBI surrounding the assassination of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Did we learn anything new?
No, and I would expect to see more distraction like this. We'll probably get some alien files before this is all over with. That they've been trying to throw out various controversies and cases to try to distract people's attention from the Epstein case. So there was a lot of case files that came out yesterday on MLK Jr., but as far as I know, nothing we didn't already know.
Can you tell us about the pushback from Martin Luther King's family?
Well, yeah, they have said that they didn't want these documents released, that these were things that they felt that, including the FBI spying on Martin Luther King, things that, have dealt with him and not with the assassination. They didn't want these documents released, but they were released anyway.
Let's talk, before we let you go, about Harvard. In a Boston courtroom yesterday, a federal judge heard arguments on why the government is freezing nearly $3 billion in research funding to Harvard. How did it go?
It went well for Harvard. This federal judge is a judge in Boston who's heard a number of Harvard-related cases before, seemed very, very skeptical of the Trump administration's logic for freezing this money. I mean, remember, the Trump administration's logic is that this is about anti-Semitism and combating anti-Semitism in Harvard. And Harvard actually has done a lot, including before President Trump took over, to try to combat the anti-Semitism they saw on campus during the protests that followed October 7th in 2023. So the judge seemed very skeptical of the argument that, A, that there was this big of a problem, and B, that this was the way to address it by cutting off funding to all kinds of research that has nothing to do with anti-Semitism.
How is the president reacting to this?
Poorly, of course. This hearing was about a motion to dismiss, or a motion to sort of a summary judgment. Both sides, Trump and Harvard, are hoping that the judge will rule on their case, give them a victory before they go to the full trial. More likely, this is sort of the prelude to some negotiations. Who comes out on top in this particular legal battle will have the upper hand when Harvard and the Trump administration sit down to actually settle this dispute. I imagine it will end not in a court case, but in some sort of negotiated agreement.
And David, I don't know if you saw it yesterday, but Hunter Biden made some headlines by doing an interview, and he was basically going full blast against Democrats, in particular those in Congress he felt weren't sufficiently loyal to President Biden. If you saw that interview, what do you make of it?
I did. I thought that was such a funny moment. Hunter Biden looks at his father's greatest political enemy. Donald Trump is in some of the worst political straits of his second term, and Hunter Biden's like, you know what, we need more of me. I need to be out there making some news, distracting everybody from Donald Trump's problems. Yeah, I think that's what he said was reflective of the Biden camp generally, that they think that Joe Biden was doing great and didn't need to drop out of the election, and they're mad at the people like Nancy Pelosi who pushed him to leave in 2024. It's all a bit insane given how Joe Biden performed and how the public viewed Joe Biden, but that's the view they had in the Biden bubble, and it doesn't seem to have dissipated even now.
And how does that feel, knowing it was a year ago yesterday President Biden dropped out of the race? It seems like a lifetime ago to me.
It really does. So much has happened since then. And I think what's been really amazing to me is the way that the Biden folks have reacted now, after this election, after that, the first 6 months of President Trump. Their reaction is not, oh man, Joe Biden should have not run. He should have gotten out of that race in 2022 and let another Democrat, let the Democrats have a full race to determine who the best candidate to run against Trump was. Their reaction is Joe Biden could have won. If only he had been stabbed in the back by those Democrats. and just sort of wish away what happened at that debate.
1 year. Time is certainly an interesting concept these days, David. Thanks for your time this morning. New York Times investigative reporter David Farenthold.
It's 7:23. Sully is at the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk.
And we've kind of settled into a similar pattern as we saw yesterday with the express lanes closed in the southbound direction of I-5. We've got about an 11-mile backup that begins just south of the Linwood area and goes all the way down past the express lane exits and down to about 85th before thinning out a little bit, and an hour and 40-minute drive from Everett into Seattle, with an hour and 20 of that just from Linwood. So we are way behind schedule. And again, we have a kind of similar travel time from Everett to Bellevue. It's a little faster at about an hour and 15 minutes because south of 522, when you get the extra lanes there and a double in the express toll lane, that you have a pretty good drive the rest of the way down into Bellevue. So if you wanted to go that way and you're HOV compliant, 3+, you can go through those express toll lanes and kind of have a little pain through Canyon Park, but then pick up the pace the further south you go when it opens up, getting down through through Totem Lake, then take a lake bridge over and you should be okay. Northbound 405 is struggling up past SR 900. We've got about a 35-minute trip for you. Behind that, 30 minutes out of Auburn and 50 all the way from Puyallup. Federal Way to Seattle's running its normal hour drive. Brake lights there through the Kent Des Moines Road. Nice long gap. Not as heavy past the West Seattle Bridge as it could be. That's because you don't have to merge anymore if you wanted to stay in the express lanes. Again, they are open in the northbound direction through this month of construction. Behind that, Olympia to Tacoma's not too bad at about 35 minutes. 16 looks pretty good. 18 over Tiger Mountain is about what you would expect. This traffic report brought to you by FlySeaportAir.com, introducing 20 convenient flights per day between Boeing Field and Portland. Easy parking, no TSA on Seaport Airlines. Book today, FlySeaportAir.com.
Our beautiful weather continues, mostly sunny eventually. Got to get through the clouds first. A high today of 80, 84 tomorrow, and then we'll be back down to the upper 70s on Thursday, again with the pattern of morning clouds and afternoon sunshine. It's 59 in Seattle right now.
Coming up, more of the day's top local stories, and in today's commentary, why Malcolm Jamal Warner's legacy has been tainted at no fault of his own. This is Seattle's Morning News.
KIRO Newsradio, the Northwest's trusted news source.
Get the latest from KIRO Newsradio's James Lynch.
It happened Wednesday morning just after 6 o'clock.
Experienced voices you trust.
Several people hurt after a violent Saturday in Pierce County.
Coverage you depend on.
More from KIRO Newsradio's Matt Markovich.
It's as close to a veto warning as you could possibly get.
KIRO Newsradio. We're on YouTube, our app, your smart speaker, and 97.3 FM.
Hey, Spike O'Neill here with Dr. Matthew Sharp, owner of Sharp Vision Modern LASIK and Lens. Dr. Sharp, I keep getting questions from our listeners. When's the right time to have this procedure? My eyes are changing. Should I wait until they're done changing?
Well, I always tell patients, do it now. Don't wait, whatever age you are. And that's part of the mission of Sharp Vision, is that whatever age you are, whatever prescription you have, we try to find a procedure that works for you. When you're young, LASIK and PRK are great procedures. As we get older, the refractive lens exchange becomes more appealing because that can fix whatever glasses prescription, whether you're farsighted, nearsighted, or have astigmatism, and it fixes it permanently so you don't develop cataracts, and it allows you to see near without glasses.
Do what I did. Schedule a consultation to learn everything you need to know from the best Sharp Vision Modern LASIK and Lens. 425-451-2020, or go online to sharp-vision.com. That's sharp with an E-vision.com.
If you want that summer body you've always dreamed of, then this message is for you, ladies, and you men too. Get rid of extra stubborn fat and address areas of loose skin around the waistline, chin, and under the upper arms with ProSculpt, the new one-day instant permanent fat removal and skin tightening treatment. Maybe you've tried the lasers, fat freezing methods, even those new pills, but without the desired results. ProSculpt is different. It's minimally invasive, performed while fully awake, gentle, yet powerful. Designed to target the waistline, chin, neck, arms, and thighs ProSculpt uses FDA-cleared plasma technology to deliver immediate, permanent fat-reducing and skin tightening results all in just one visit. If you want that summer body this summer, then you must act now. Go to ProSculpt.com today to schedule your free consultation. Get $250 off. For instant, permanent fat reduction and skin tightening, visit ProSculpt.com.
AAA asked me if I would change my name from Sir Mix-a-Lot to Sir Mix-a-Lot. I said, why would I do that? They said, you're more than just a rapper. You're a car collector. You're a businessman. You're an inventor. Just like AAA is more than just towing. They have awesome travel advisors and insurance agents. And they got 3 A's in their name. Maybe I should change my name. Give me 3 A's. Mix A. Mix A. When I say mix, give me 3 A's. Mix A.
Endless hours of research, seeking referrals, dozens of calls. Hiring the right attorney can be a challenging process during an already difficult time. JP Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains.
In Washington State, Tom, there are thousands of attorneys to choose from. Referrals and online research can be helpful, but discovering the right attorney requires a conversation. It can be hard to identify integrity and authenticity without that interaction.
So, what do you recommend?
We encourage anyone looking for personal injury representation to call for a free consultation with our team before making a decision simply based on referrals or online research. Accident victims need an attorney that listens, demonstrates honesty, and is genuinely understanding of their unique circumstances. The care, attention, and preparation that our firm provides throughout the case mirrors the effort involved when taking on the insurance companies.
Save time and avoid mistakes after an injury. Contact the caring and compassionate team at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Bathfitter just hit a big milestone, 42,000 installations in Western Washington. That's 42,000 bathrooms made safer, cleaner, and more stylish. To celebrate, Bathfitter is offering payments as low as $125 a month. Custom-fit tub and shower solutions are installed in as little as 1 day, while also removing your old setup. Every installation is backed by a lifetime warranty for total peace of mind. Call Bathfitter or visit bathfitternw.com today to schedule a free consultation. The special offer won't last.
Lori here from Guardian Roofing, Gutters, and Insulation. I'm here with good news. Guardian has flexible financing options. With Guardian's acclaimed services, you can upgrade or repair your roof, gutters, and insulation. Call to hear about our flexible financing options or visit guardianroofing.com.
Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and MyNorthwest.com.
Live from East Lake Avenue.
You're listening to Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
Good morning. It is 7:31. A murder suspect who fled halfway around the world is now back in King County.
This is a 20-year-old man, and he's accused of shooting a woman last year outside a Costco in Tequila, then fleeing to Kenya. Now he's behind bars in Seattle.
We get the update live from KIRO Newsradio's Luke Ducey.
Yeah, Salman Haji was just arrested in Kenya by FBI agents. That shooting, that deadly shooting he's accused of committing, happened more than a year ago in the Costco parking lot. Here's what a witness told KIRO 7 TV at the time.
Once I got out of the car, I went to walk up. The lady was still down on the ground. They were covered. She had a red blanket over her.
Prosecutors say Haji walked up to his 2 victims and tried to rob them. They say he ended up shooting 67-year-old Yuam Ming. Police say Haji then fled the U.S. 5 days later when the headlines started hitting social media. You know, it was a busy Friday afternoon at that Costco.
It is
concerning to hear just because it was in the Costco parking lot.
I don't know if I could ever park in that area. Not that it's going to make any difference, but it's just sad, the memories.
Haji's co-defendant, 20-year-old Ilyas Abdi, was also charged with murder. Police say he drove the getaway car, which was a Porsche SUV that was carjacked from a woman earlier that day in Seattle. KOMO TV is reporting Abdi was arrested in May for a separate shooting in Kent, and he is being held on $6 million bail. Haji is being held on $5 million bail, and he also faces carjacking charges.
Thank you, Luke. The 2013 police shooting of an unarmed black man in Pierce County is now back under review.
Lakewood police shot and killed Leonard Thomas during a SWAT standoff.
They thought he was armed and choking his 5-year-old son. He was not armed, and years later, his son told KIRO 7 he thought his dad was just trying to hug him. Washington's Office of Independent Investigations has referred the case to the Pierce County prosecutor after a neutral third party recommended a new investigation based in part on evidence from a 2017 civil trial. The jury in that trial awarded the family $15 million. The OII brought in that third party because Thomas's father sits on its advisory board. Frank Lindsay, KIRO News Radio.
The Pierce County Prosecuting Attorney's Office says it will make a charging decision after it reviews the case. We've also reached out to the Lakewood Police Department for comment. No criminal charges were filed after the initial investigation.
7:33 now. Let's head over to the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk where Chris Sullivan has his hands full today, and it looks like for the next month.
If you leave Everett right now, like right now, you're getting on I-5 right there at the heart of Everett, you won't make it to Seattle until about 9:15. We're running at about an hour and 45 minutes and growing from Everett into Seattle. The backup begins just around Mount Lake Terrace now. Not quite as bad through Linwood as it was earlier, but then it extends all the way down to about 85th, almost through the U District. It's an hour and 20 alone from Linwood. I mean, that is just beyond ugly. And so we are really in the thick of it here. And this is all because the express lanes in the southbound direction are not open. They are open northbound and will be for the next 3.5 weeks as they continue to do work on the Ship Canal Bridge. By comparison, Everett to Bellevue is running around an hour and 15 to an hour and 20. It's a little better. Federal Way to Seattle coming the other direction, even with the express lanes open in the northbound direction, it's an hour and 5 from Federal Way to Seattle. Rented to Bellevue is about 40 minutes. The Valley Freeway about 50 from end to end. Olympia to Tacoma's, though, not too bad. Eastbound Tiger Mountain is a little sluggish. Remember, we are still in, day 5, 6 in that closure under I-90. Actually, day 4, I think. The Lake Bridges are still in very good shape. So if you can avoid that trip into Seattle on I-5, do it and don't look back. This report brought to you by Seattle Sports. You can always listen to your favorite local sports content on the FM dial 97.3 HD2.
Question. At what point yesterday did things start to clear up?
About 11, okay. 11:30.
So if you have a lunch date or something,
we got back under an hour.
Safe?
But it stuck with us almost to noon.
Ugh. All right, let's talk about the weather now. It's going to be a beautiful day, if that helps. Sunny and 80 by afternoon. Get through the clouds first. Tomorrow looks like the warmest day of the week at 84. And then Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, very nice mix of clouds and sun. Mainly the clouds in the morning, and then we'll be in the mid-70s. Right now in Seattle, cloudy skies and 59.
This is the city's longest-running radio news show. Seattle's Morning News on KIRO Newsradio.
7:35, time for this morning's commentary. During a show break, G. Scott walked into the newsroom yesterday morning looking at his phone and said something that didn't sound real. Malcolm Jamal Warner died, he said. Theo Huxtable was dead? G looked as shaken as I felt, and for a second it didn't seem real, but it was. Malcolm Jamal Warner was gone at just 54 years old. And what's worse, we all know how this will play out. There will be a headline, a quick obituary, maybe a clip of Theo learning a life lesson, trimmed down with no context, no mention of what that show really meant. Because you can't mention it without mentioning Bill Cosby. And so Warner will be remembered politely, briefly, but at arm's length. That is the cost of someone else's disgrace. The need to sanitize everything just enough so no one has to sit in the discomfort of what was taken from us. It's almost impossible for us Gen Xers to explain the cultural impact of the Cosby Show to younger generations. In 1984, I was an elementary school kid on a farm in rural southwest Washington when the show first came out. a white kid, a long way from New York City, and still, I wanted to be part of that family. Those characters were real. And Theo Huxtable, he was everybody's big brother. Malcolm Jamal Warner became a poet, a jazz musician, a working actor, an Emmy winner, a man who kept his family out of the spotlight, just quietly good at what he did. The cultural wreckage left behind by one man makes it nearly impossible to think of him the way we should, because of Bill Cosby. Cosby once called himself America's dad. He stood for decency and moral authority while hiding something monstrous, while harming women. He didn't just destroy his own reputation, he took the show down with him. And now, even when one of the good ones dies, we flinch, we hesitate, we remember, and then stop short. And that may be the saddest part of all, because Bill Cosby didn't just destroy his own name. He ruined a legacy, not just his own, but the legacies of those who surrounded him. He took something that meant so much to so many of us and made it painful to remember. And ultimately, he even damaged the way we remember Theo and the man who brought him to life. And that is a shame. Let it be a reminder that one person's abuse of power can stain everything around them. That silence and betrayal do not just break individuals, they ripple out, sometimes for years, sometimes forever. But also, let this be a reminder of something else. Malcolm Jamal Warner gave us something good, and no one, not even Cosby, can erase that. Would love to hear what you think of this morning's commentary. You can text us at 888-973-5476. And we're also on YouTube chat. Go to @KIRO Newsradio for the live feed.
It's 7:38. 3 different brush fires from Arlington to Federal Way made Monday's I-5 commute even worse, if you can believe that. We start with the largest fire severely impacting I-5 North in Arlington. North County Regional Authority Fire Chief Dave Kraske described it to KIRO 7 TV.
30 acres in size, and the fire came up the hillside from northbound I-5 to a tree line and kind of burned through the tree line and then started spreading across a big open meadow.
Chief Kraske believes that fire was accidentally human-caused. There was another brush fire off I-5 in Smoky Point. Farther south, 2 southbound 5 lanes were blocked with a fire south of 375th Street. There was a fire in Tacoma on Highway 16 as well. It was a busy day for firefighters.
Yeah, keep your butts in the cars, people.
Yes.
Cigarette butts, of course, is what I mean.
Thank you.
Sully, you are at the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk. What's coming up?
Yeah, lots of butts in car seats right now, stuck on I-5. We'll break that down for you coming up next.
You listen to John Curley every afternoon. What does John listen to every morning?
Here's how I start my morning. Get my pot of coffee going, and then I turn on Seattle's Morning News. I listen to Charlie and Manda. This is how I prep for my show, because I know those guys have, hundreds of years of experience, although Manda looks better than Charlie. I'm going to get the straight news.
Experience matters. Seattle's Morning News. Weekday mornings 6 to 9 on KIRO News Radio, 97.3 FM, and the KIRO News Radio app.
Are you worried about economic conditions, tariffs, and inflation? Are you tired of trying to time the stock market? Maybe it's time to take a little risk off the table given current market volatility. For stability, there's no better option than Legacy Group's Northwest Fund, a fixed return of 9%. Hi, I'm Scott Rirucka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital in Bellevue. We've been running local real estate investment funds for over 18 years with 0 investor losses, averaging double-digit returns since inception, and we also accept IRAs. Over 1,000 local investors have invested over $250 million in our Legacy family of funds. Feeling uneasy? Don't gamble your hard-earned money or risk your retirement. Legacy Group's Northwest Fund, returning 9%, has limited openings for new investors right now.
Call 425-635-4700 or visit LegacyG.com. That's LegacyG.com. This is not investment advice. Legacy investments available to accredited investors only. Details at LegacyG.com.
Eric Johnson here. I spent the past 30 years working to help make our community better informed, better protected when it comes to consumer issues, and better equipped to take on whatever life throws at us. That's why I love the free Washington Accident book series from Davis Law Group. These books keep us better informed about the law, better able to protect ourselves on and off the road, and better off when all is said and done after an accident. Chris Davis didn't have to write these books. He did it because he saw a need. People who were in accidents or other legal situations didn't know what to do, what pictures to take, documents to request. Only a tiny fraction of the people who get these free books will ever become clients of Davis Law Group, but that's not the point. Chris wrote them because it was the right thing to do. The free Washington Accident Book Series is a must-have for drivers who want to be prepared for whatever the road might throw at them. Get yours at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
Hey golf fans, Jordan Babineau here. Get ready for an unforgettable weekend at the 2025 Boeing Classic. Come see Masters champions and Hall of Fame golfers battle it out at the club at Snoqualmie Ridge, August 8th through the 10th. Bring the whole family and check out Seahawks Village, packed with fun for all ages. Plus, celebrate 20 years of the Boeing Classic, supporting the Benaroya Research Institute at Virginia Mason Franciscan Health. It's more than just golf. It's an experience you won't want to miss. August 8th through the 10th. Tickets start at just $20 and kids get in free. Visit BlowingClassic.com for more.
7:43 now, and Chris Sullivan. By the way, Sully, you are at the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk. I think this is a good time to remind people we do traffic every 10 minutes on the threes. It's essential today.
Yes, and I do write letters to bosses and to spouses or significant others for why they're late. Yeah, I mean, no one's going to listen to me, but I can explain. Hey, Sully says there really was traffic. You were playing golf today. Okay, I won't go that far. But yes, we have, I mean, these numbers are just wrong. It's an hour and 45 minutes from Everett to Seattle, and it's that way without any crashes. That's just the impact of not having the express lanes open during the morning commute in the southbound direction. They are closed and open only northbound because of construction on the Ship Canal Bridge, which really isn't causing that big of a backup right now and probably won't till a little bit later today. I mean, it's a little slow coming out of the convention center up to 520, but the real deal is this 11-mile backup on southbound I-5 that begins around 220th in Mount Lake Terrace and extends all the way down to the U District. Hour and 20 alone from Linwood. 99 is jammed up. Greenwood, I heard from some people, if I'm giving away your secret, sorry, or jamming people through your neighborhood, Greenwood kind of worked yesterday, and I'm hearing it's kind of similar today. Lake City Way is very slow today as an alternate. By comparison, we're bumper to bumper from Linwood down 405 all the way down as we get past 522, so an hour and 15-minute trip for you guys. Coming the other direction, we're looking at Renton to Bellevue of about 40 minutes. Lake Bridges now definitely starting to see some westbound slowing on both of them. About 25 minutes for either one should be okay. Valley Freeway, 50 minutes from end to end, and about an hour from Federal Way to Seattle, though it's a little better approaching I-90 than you might expect because you can get into the express lanes northbound to ease some of that congestion. This traffic report brought to you by Superior Linen Service. You never get a second chance to make a first impression, and with Superior Linen Service, it'll help your company look good with logoed apparel, uniforms, floor mats, linens, and more. SUPLinen.com.
Cloudy start to the day, but it's going to be mostly sunny and 80 this afternoon. For tomorrow, a little bit warmer, 84, and then we'll cool back down to the upper 70s on Thursday. But the pattern of morning clouds and afternoon sunshine will continue Friday and through the weekend, mid-70s. Right now, it's cloudy and 59 in the city.
7:45 now. Let's check in with Scott Carty.
Charlie, if you have any European travel coming up, it's going to be pretty easy to pack. Just don't even bring any clothes. It is so hot in Europe right now. They're experiencing a massive heat wave. Tourists in Greece are just trying to find some sort of relief, trying to find air-conditioned cafes. And in Sicily, where right now it's 102 degrees, it's an extreme heat warning for everybody there. The laborers that are having to get the work done outside, they're having to pause outdoor work. And I know a lot of people like to get to Europe in the summer. That's a time when families can go, but you are going to be very, very hot if you get there and experience that heat. So just a tip for your packing.
102
I'll
right
take our
now.
Seattle weather right now.
Yeah. If you are running around saying, that's it, I've had enough, I'm leaving America. Just be careful what you wish for.
All right, Scott, thank you. Hey, coming up, CBS's Linda Gradstein checks in from Jerusalem. Over 20 nations are pushing back against Israel over its handling of the humanitarian crisis in Gaza. We'll get an update from Linda next on Seattle's Morning News.
Hey guys, it's Keith Dashafi from Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington, and we are not done celebrating 100 years of industry leadership. For a limited time, get $100 off every window, $100 off every door, or choose 60 months of 0% financing with no interest and equal payments. That's right, 100 years strong, and we're giving you more ways to save on the Pella difference. Schedule your free consultation today at PellaPNW.com. Thank you again for letting us serve you in the Northwest.
Hello, sunshine. And while you're out and about in the summer sun, make sure your bank accounts can keep up with you. Free checking with WaFd Bank can do that, and much more. No more worrying about minimum balances or monthly maintenance fees. And WaFd has thousands of fee-free ATMs and more than 200 branches to serve you across 9 western states. Plus, WaFd Bank offers new tools like voice-activated banking so you can check your balance and make transfers between your WaFd accounts using just your voice. You can do your banking while you're planting those spring flowers. You also have access to free tools like online and mobile banking, bill pay, person-to-person payments with Zelle, mobile check deposit, and full control over your debit cards to turn them on or off should they get misplaced. And you can choose from some pretty great-looking debit cards, including the Seattle Kraken and the Seawolves. So visit wafdbank.com to open your account today and find out why they were awarded Best Bank by Newsweek 3 years in a row. Non-sufficient funds charge may apply. WaFd Bank, member FDIC.
It's a fact. When your eyes work correctly, light focuses through both your cornea and your lens to give you high-quality vision. Hi, it's Dr. Kopstein from K2 Vision. Here's another fact. As we near age 50, we begin to lose the quality and function of our natural lens. That's when we start to reach for reading glasses and contemplate those cataracts on the horizon, typically in our 70s or later, but inevitable if we get old enough. Fortunately, K2 Vision has the advanced permanent solution for both, refractive lens exchange, or RLE. K2 Vision RLE is a quick, painless procedure that restores distance and near vision permanently. Plus, another thing is permanent. You will never develop a cataract. After over 20 years replacing over 100,000 failing lenses, we will help you determine when it's your right time for RLE. Go to k2visionrle.com and schedule a free Zoom consultation today. K2 Vision RLE. No glasses, no contacts, no readers. Permanently.
Need a new roof but not in the budget? A new roof doesn't have to break the bank. Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors here. Right now, State Roofing and Exteriors is offering 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for up to 24 months. That's 2 years with no payments while getting the protection your home deserves. But this offer won't last forever. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today to get on our summer schedule now. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
Reliable, refreshing, and ready every morning. Seattle's Morning News.
7:49 now. Violence continues throughout Gaza this week as Israel launches a new ground offensive on the central part of the Strip.
This as aid into Gaza has slowed to a drip, leading foreign ministers of 28 nations to push back against Israel for its lack of humanitarian relief for Palestinians.
Joining us now with the latest from Jerusalem is CBS correspondent Linda Gradstein. Linda, on American televisions this morning, we're seeing some pretty distressing images of people starving. What do we know about this?
Yes, we know that according to Hamas, dozens of Palestinians have been killed, have died of starvation, and that malnutrition is quickly growing, that aid has really been limited, and that more than 1,000 people have been killed trying to access aid since the Israel and U.S.-backed Gaza Humanitarian Foundation took over the aid distribution about 2 months ago.
Has Netanyahu responded to this pushback?
Well, you know, he hasn't responded personally. The Israeli government said that it has done everything it could to avoid killing civilians, that it has reorganized the access routes to these aid centers, and it blames Hamas for starting incidents whenever there are large groups of people, which then cause the Israeli troops to fire warning shots. In terms of the amount of aid, Israel says that if Hamas would agree to a ceasefire that Israel has already agreed to, there would be huge amounts of aid coming into Gaza, and that a humanitarian crisis, and malnutrition could be avoided completely.
Linda, we have this humanitarian crisis, but we also have a military escalation. Can you talk about this latest ground attack from Israel?
Sure. So the area of Deir al-Balah is in the center of Gaza. And for the past 21 months, Israeli troops have not entered this area. There have been airstrikes, but not ground forces, afraid that it could lead to some of the hostages being killed. There are still 50 Israeli hostages, 20 of whom are believed to still be alive. And the intelligence reports were that at least some of them were being held in Deir al-Balah. Now, it's not clear why Israel sort of changed its mind and decided to undertake a ground invasion. It did issue evacuation warnings for civilians there and said that civilians should leave because Israel is going to operate there. But some civilians did leave, but others who've been displaced multiple times have basically said they don't feel like there's anywhere they can go to and have stayed put.
Linda, what do we know about talks between Prime Minister Netanyahu and President Trump right now?
Well, we know that President Trump did call Netanyahu a couple of days ago. There was an Israeli attack on a church in Gaza, apparently by mistake, and that President Trump was sharply critical of that. There are various press reports in Israel saying that President Trump is kind of losing patience with Netanyahu. He wants the Gaza war to end. He has repeatedly said that there will be a ceasefire and hostages will be released. The deal on the table apparently calls for 8 of the living hostages, 8 out of the 20, to be freed on the first day of the ceasefire and 2 more at the very end of the ceasefire. A lot of Palestinian prisoners will be freed, and a large amount of humanitarian aid will enter. But those talks have just been sort of inching along very, very slowly in Qatar.
Linda Gradstein from CBS News joining us live from Jerusalem. Thank you for your time this morning, Linda.
It's now 7:53 and time to check traffic. We do that every 10 minutes for you. And Chris Sullivan is at the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk.
And things are just not getting any better on southbound I-5 and southbound 405, really coming away from Linwood down out of the Snohomish County area, all because of the loss of the express lanes in the southbound direction for construction that we have today or through the next month, really. The backup begins on southbound I-5 right around 220th and Mount Lake Terrace and continues for about 11 miles. All the way down to the U District. It's an hour and 45 to an hour and 50 minutes from Everett into Seattle. From Linwood alone, it's an hour and 25 minutes. That's like an hour delay just from Linwood. It's an hour and 15 from Linwood to Bellevue as well, which puts us at an hour and a half from Everett to Bellevue because everyone's bailing and trying to go there. Now, if you can afford the $15 in the express toll lanes, while it will be slow through Canyon Park, you will pick up the pace a little further to the south. But, you pick your poison. What's your time worth? It's kind of the age-old question there. For 405, though, once you're past 522, it's a pretty decent drive. Now, both of the westbound lake bridges are definitely seeing some heavy braking, so plan on delays there. Northbound 405 through Renton, we do have a crash right at the Maple Valley Highway blocking the right lane. Got a 50-minute trip from Renton to Bellevue. Behind that, 45 minutes from Puyallup to Renton. Northbound I-5, about an hour and 10 minutes now from Federal Way to Seattle. Definitely seeing some slowing on 509 and 99, just trying to get up towards the West Seattle Bridge. So it's an ugly day. This report brought to you by FlySeaportAir.com, introducing convenient flights between Boeing Field and Portland on Seaport Air. Parking just steps away, no TSA lines. Visit FlySeaportAir.com.
Clouds burn off today. We expect a high of 80 today. Tomorrow, Wednesday, a high of 84. It's 58 right now in Seattle.
Terry is an athlete. He's also 57 years old.
I've been doing marathons and triathlons since 1990.
And that's not all.
I started playing baseball last year, and when the season was done, my knees were just shot.
Terry suffered from a torn meniscus and cartilage damage, and that's when he decided to see Dr. Mark Wagner at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine.
My wife says, "You're walking faster today." And I went, "Oh my God, I am."
Does it look like you'll be drafted for the next season?
Well, I'm already 2 games in to the new season, so I'm thrilled.
And just how thrilled is he?
So I'm a high school teacher, and I tell all my students, if any of your parents have bad knees, stem cell works.
Look at that. A true evangelist now, huh?
Yeah.
So, whether it's a shoulder, hip, or knee, before you choose surgery, consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Get the facts, hear from all the patients I've talked to, and schedule your consultation at drmarkwagnermd.com.
With Progressive, you can reach customer service in the way that's easiest for you, by phone, app, or online. We know it would be great if we just magically appeared, but that's more of a genie thing, and we do insurance. But with us, you'd be like, well, it wasn't a genie, but it was great customer service, so that's nice. And sure, you probably would still like the whole 3 wishes thing, so if you meet a genie, you should definitely ask. But when you need us, contact Progressive by phone, app, or online. Just no genies. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with a Capital One Saver card. So let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
A couple years ago, I was in the bathroom at the airport when I dropped my smartphone in the toilet. Not smart. I was multitasking when I should have been focused on the job at hand. Embarrassing, but I'm not alone. According to Google, 7 million other multitaskers accidentally dropped their phones into the bowl last year. A gentle reminder that right now you can get yourself a brand new Samsung Galaxy A36 absolutely free with a $35 plan from Pure Talk. The A36 comes with scratch-resistant Gorilla Glass and a battery that'll last all day, along with unlimited talk, text, and data on America's most dependable 5G network. In other words, it's tough and smart. Something to think about next time you're multitasking in the necessary. Just dial pound 250, say keyword micro to get your free phone today. You can make the switch in just 10 minutes. That's pound 250. Say micro to switch to a no-nonsense smartphone and a company that actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
Hi, my name is Jordan Gage, head of school at King Schools. Is tuition cost the #1 thing keeping you from making the leap into Christian education? Did you know that King Schools awards over $2.3 million in tuition assistance every year? 25% of the families that make up this incredible Kings community utilize our variable tuition program to make Kings more accessible. The team at Kings would love to have you on campus for a tour and consultation to see how to make it possible for your family to experience the difference in Christian education at Kings.
Mention this ad and no application fee. Go to joinkings.org for more info.
Bathfitter just hit a big milestone, 42,000 installations in Western Washington. That's 42,000 bathrooms made safer, cleaner, and more stylish. To celebrate, Bathfitter is offering payments as low as $125 a month. Custom fit tub and shower solutions are installed in as little as 1 day, while also removing your old setup. Every installation is backed by a lifetime warranty for total peace of mind. Call Bathfitter or visit bathfitternw.com today to schedule a free consultation. The special offer won't last.
If you're traveling through the SCA airport this summer, use the new Security Checkpoint 1 at the south end of baggage claim. Just one of the many upgrade SCA projects taking your airport from now to wow. Stay up to date on all airport projects by following @FlySEA.
Your best source for local news. KIRO Newsradio, KIRO FM and HD1, Tacoma, Seattle, Northwest News.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Steve Kathan. Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche says he wants a meeting with Jeffrey Epstein associate Ghislaine Maxwell. She's in prison for sex trafficking, and it comes as the administration faces pressure to release Epstein case files. CBS's Aaron Navarro.
Maxwell's attorney said in a post today that they are in discussions with the federal government, said that Maxwell would, quote, testify truthfully, but had nothing else to add in that comment.
The Trump administration has released tens of thousands of documents linked to the assassination of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. King's family opposed the release. 60 million people from Nebraska to Florida face extreme temperatures and heat indexes above 100 today. CBS's Rob Marciano.
We've got the heat warnings up from St. Louis back through Paducah, Memphis, Jackson, Little Rock. All those cities are in it. We're looking for temps to get to 98 in Jackson, 100 in Memphis. With the humidity, 111.
Well, CBS's Michael Wallace tells us Treasury Secretary Bessent will meet with Chinese officials next week, aiming for a trade deal.
President Trump has set an August 12th deadline for higher tariffs on China. Bessent told Fox Business he and his Chinese counterparts will likely agree to an extension when they meet in Stockholm. Bessent also addressed Fed Chair Jerome Powell's future.
There's nothing that tells me that he should step down right now. He's been a good public servant.
Yesterday, Bessent called on the Fed to review its operations, including the over-budget renovation of its headquarters. President Trump has considered firing Powell.
The U.S. says it will withdraw from the UN's cultural agency, UNESCO, due to a perceived anti-Israel bias. Correspondent Elizabeth Palmer has more on efforts by the UN and others to get food aid into Gaza.
Gaza is hungry. Whole families and even many of the medical staff just aren't getting adequate calories. Victoria Rose is a surgeon who was working in Gaza until last month.
I'm still in constant contact with many of my colleagues that I worked alongside in Gaza, and it's very difficult to listen to them tell me how hungry they are, how they've not been able to feed their children.
And the distribution of the aid that gets in is often chaotic and lethal. This morning, thousands of people heard a convoy of trucks was arriving from the north and set out to meet them, hoping at least to get a bag of flour.
There's confirmation today from Coca-Cola. It will add cane sugar to a version of Coke this fall. President Trump touted it last week. Checking Wall Street, right now the Dow is up 17 points. The S&P is lower. This is CBS News.
Progressive Insurance, with insurance for cars, home, boat, motorcycles, RVs, and commercial vehicles at 1-800-PROGRESSIVE and Progressive.com.
8:03. Let's check in with Chris Sullivan at the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk.
Well, the month of hell is living up to its name. Day 2 for commuting down the I-5 corridor and really extending to 405. And really anybody trying to get down out of Snohomish County. 11-mile backup begins in Mount Lake Terrace on I-5 southbound, extending all the way down into the U District and across the Ship Canal Bridge. Again, the express lanes remain closed in the southbound direction for construction. They're open for the next month in the northbound direction only. And so we're looking at an hour and 45-minute trip from Everett to Seattle, an hour and 25 of that alone from Linwood. So way behind schedule by almost an hour coming down from Linwood. Similar deal on 405. Everyone's trying to go that way. Hour and a half from Everett to Bellevue with an hour and 15 of that from Linwood. Now, the rest of the map is heavy, but it's a Tuesday. It's one of the heaviest days of the week. We've got an hour and 5-minute trip from Federal Way to Seattle. Renton to Bellevue is about 50 because we've been working with a crash on the right lane right around the Maple Valley Highway there in Renton. Valley Freeway behind that, 50 minutes. Olympia to Tacoma is not too bad. The Lake Bridges, both of them, really struggling now westbound, especially 520, because people you're driving not only into the slowing on I-5 southbound, but right into the construction zone at the Ship Canal Bridge northbound. So give yourself 30 minutes to get across the lake. This report brought to you by Home Comfort Alliance. Get lower home energy bills, cleaner air, year-round comfort with Aero Duct Ceiling, starting just $99 for PSE customers replacing their furnace or heat pump. HomeComfortAlliance.com.
Seattle's Morning News, Tuesday, July 22nd. I'm Charlie Harger with Manda Factor.
A terrifying encounter on a popular hiking trail in Olympic National Park.
A 4-year-old child is recovering after being attacked by a mountain lion on Hurricane Ridge. Officials say the animal, which was wearing a tracking collar, bit the child as their family hiked the trail.
KIRO Newsradio's Luke Ducey has the latest live on the investigation and the child's condition.
Steve Murrow tells KIRO 7 TV he was walking on that same path just moments after it happened.
We heard screaming of a small child, and then there was another group of people behind them, and they were all huddled up, and they're like, you guys need to be careful. There was literally just a cougar or a wolf attack.
So this happened Sunday afternoon. This is a really popular trail, the kind of trail that's really wide, really flat, super easy for families with young kids. Murrow says the child was sobbing, not screaming. That's a good sign. And mom was holding the child at the time. The child's father ran after the cougar and chased it into the forest.
He's a hero. And it just boils down to safety in numbers. And it is rare that something like this would happen. I don't think that kid would survive if it wasn't for his dad.
Rangers brought in a dog team and found the cougar just a couple of hours later, but they waited until yesterday in order to kill it humanely, they said. The 4-year-old was airlifted to Harborview Medical Center and has been released from the hospital. Another good sign. Rangers say there are no current threats to the public right now, and the trail has reopened. As scary as that must have been, I mean, Dad was the real hero here. Chased that cougar away, and the kid got the kid to safety.
It's good to hear he's going to be okay. Thank you, Luke. It's 8:06. A former Everett bar owner will likely spend the rest of his life in prison.
Christian Sayer was sentenced yesterday to at least 109 years. He used to run the Anchor Pub in Everett. Prosecutors say he drugged and assaulted multiple women over nearly a decade. After 4 trials, juries convicted him on 16 felony counts. That includes rape of a child, indecent liberties, and possession of child exploitation material. The Everett Herald reports the judge called the sentence exceptional because of the number of crimes.
More than a decade after Leonard Thomas, an unarmed black man, was shot and killed by Lakewood police, the case has been referred to the prosecutor for a new investigation.
The decision stems in part from evidence revealed during a civil trial where a jury found officers liable for wrongful death. In 2013, Thomas was shot when he grabbed for his son after police used explosives to get into his home during a SWAT standoff. Police said at the time they thought he was armed and choking the boy. But in 2017, his son told KIRO 7,
"I think he was trying to hug me."
The Office of Independent Investigations has referred the case to the Pierce County prosecutor for a new investigation based on a review by a neutral third party, in this instance, a retired King County judge. They brought in that neutral judge because Thomas's father sits on the OII advisory board. Frank Lindsay, KIRO Newsradio.
The Pierce County Prosecuting Attorney's Office says it will review the case and make a charging decision after a full review. We've also reached out to the Lakewood PD for comment. There were no criminal charges filed after the first investigation.
Seattle's morning news. Always live, always connected. Stream, watch, subscribe, and share at mynorthwest.com.
Well, good morning. It's Tuesday. Maybe I'm looking at the door just a little bit
Maybe
more
just
closely.
A little. How long are you off? A week and a half?
Yeah, a week and a half. We're headed out to New York, Cooperstown.
That'll be fun.
Central. I've never been out there, so it doesn't sound like there's a lot to do.
Is it coincidence it's the weekend of Ichiro's?
Just a happy coincidence because this is a baseball summer camp that goes all summer long for a week at a time. And
cool.
Turns out it's Ichiro induction weekend and my wife's birthday.
Very nice.
Yeah. All right. Well, I'm Charlie. That's Manda. We have Sully here for the month of hell. I almost said the week.
Yeah, if you drive, you might just make it to Cooperstown driving faster today than the people coming out of Linwood to Seattle.
Right.
So we'll have a choke point, and we'll be talking about that. And also, G. Scott is going to stop by the show a little bit later to talk about the legacy of Theo, Malcolm Jamal Warner.
It's 8:09. A drag racing crash in Kent sent a driver and a fan to the hospital.
Happened Saturday at Pacific Raceways during the NHRA Northwest Nationals. Como TV says Sean Reed's dragster blew a tire at nearly 300 miles per hour. The car spun, hit the wall, sent parts flying. One wheel hit a woman near a group of motorhomes. She was airlifted to Harborview, now recovering at home. Reed suffered fractured ribs, lost a finger. The NHRA says it will review safety procedures.
And then Sunday, during a monster truck show on the Kitsap County Fairgrounds, a wheel came off a truck and bounced out of Thunderbird Arena. Video posted on social media shows one of the monster trucks landing from a jump with that front left wheel flying off.
My God, no way!
Yes, it did happen. KIRO 7 reports the wheel then rolled and bounced over a fence and out of the arena into the parking lot, landed on a Kia sedan. The car was totaled. No one was hurt.
Is crime really going down in Seattle? City and police officials say yes. The head of the police union says no. Mike Solon is the president of the Seattle Police Officers Guild. He points to years of understaffing, alleging fewer officers means fewer arrests, not less crime.
can't tell me that over half the agency has been decimated, but now crime is down. And I think it leads to a false narrative that they're trying to skew the community's perception that everything's okay.
Public crime data on the city's website shows more than a 20% drop in violent crime this year compared to last. Solon says data can be intentionally changed. He points to a recent case in Washington, D.C., where the department there was accused of manipulating their crime stats. Now, a spokesperson with Seattle Police has pushed back on that claim, at least locally, telling KIRO Newsradio, the numbers don't lie. We stand by our data.
A plan to shoot hundreds of thousands of barred owls may be falling apart. The U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service had approved the plan to protect spotted owls, but the Washington State Standard reports the Trump administration just canceled key funding. The idea was to remove barred owls, which outcompete the endangered spotted owl. Critics say the plan is cruel and expensive, possibly more than $1 billion. Supporters argue it's the only way to save the spotted owl from extinction.
The countdown is on for Washington's hockey season, and this year is going to be bigger than ever. The Professional Women's Hockey League has expanded to Seattle, and the local team has finalized its lineup. The inaugural team includes two-time Olympian Kayla Barnes.
It'll be a historic moment, not only for Seattle, but for the league as well. The only way is up from here on out, so I think that's really exciting for women's sports.
The Women's League will play at Climate Pledge Arena, the same as the Kraken. Their team name and official schedule will be announced in the coming weeks.
It's 8:12. Time for a check on the weather. It's brought to you by State Roofing and Exteriors. And here's KIRO 7's Nick Allard.
Widespread cloud cover this morning and then sunshine this afternoon. It's going to take a little while, but by late morning into early midday or so, or late morning to about midday, you're going to see sunshine. And early afternoon, we're getting up into the 70s. And then we finish up at about 80 or so this afternoon. It looks beautiful. Highs today of 80 in Seattle, 78 in Everett, about 74 in Bellingham, 81 in Olympia, 81 in Tacoma. Tomorrow, I think it's about the same idea, just areas of low clouds early, then sunshine developing, and highs getting to about 84, and then cooling off Thursday and Friday, Saturday and Sunday into the mid-70s. For Torchlight, you're still going to see sunshine, but it will be cooler to start the day, and then you'll finish up only at about 74. But yes, there will be plenty of sunshine in the afternoon.
Right now in Seattle, we have clouds. It's 59.
And it's 8:13. That's time once again to get back to Chris Sullivan. He's at the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk.
And we are still experiencing what we got yesterday, kind of deja vu, 2 days in a row with the closure of the express lanes in the southbound direction. We have another 10-mile backup to deal with that begins at Mount Lake Terrace and extends all the way down through the U District. It starts breaking up right around the Ship Canal Bridge. But an hour and 40-minute trip from Everett to Seattle, an hour and 25 of that alone from Linwood. So, and there aren't many other southbound options. I mean, people are using 99, they're using Lake City Way, they're using Greenwood, and they're all really filling up through the neighborhoods. So plan on, things that you neighborhood spots where you might not even think you're even going to get caught up in this. You probably will if you're near I-5. Everyone has bailed as well to go to 405 to try to avoid some of this, and it's almost as bad. I mean, it's an hour and 15 from Linwood to the Bellevue area, which is way behind schedule by about 45 minutes. And then you look at Federal Way to Seattle, it's got an hour and 5-minute trip, 35 of those minutes from South Center. Rented to Bellevue's still hovering right around 50 minutes. The Valley Freeway's trying to get better. It's a little under 50, so plan on some delays there, but nothing out of line. Olympia to Tacoma's not too bad. However, in the westbound direction of Highway 16, watch out for a brush fire there. It looks like they've taken care of it, but there's still some emergency responders right there at Union, right as you pull away from I-5. This report brought to you by KIRO's Radio Rundown, the news text newsletter to 888-973-5476. Subscribe to the daily KIRO News Radio Rundown. You can get your latest news and updates from your favorite shows right into your inbox.
8:14 now. Let's check in with Scott Carty at the news desk.
I'm still super excited, you guys, because we're number 3.
Yes.
Yes, say it again. Let's hear it. We're number 3. That's right. Number 3 on what?
I don't know.
America's fittest cities. Arlington, Virginia earned the top spot. They beat us out, according to the American College of Sports Medicine Index. The other Washington, they were second. But Seattle, we're number 3. Yes, that's right. Get up and get moving. I think we're going to probably drop after this I-5 closure because everybody's just sitting in their cars. But before that, we did exercise more in the previous month and meet aerobic activity guidelines by more than 4 points in both categories. This is over Arlington. Nearly twice as many of us bike to work than Arlington. And when it comes to eating our fruits and vegetables and sleeping, we do more of that too. Even though they have a championship NBA team, though, at least we're not Oklahoma City because they're at the very bottom of the list.
That grudge is never going away, is it?
No, it is not, Manda.
All right, Scott, it's 8:16.
Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
Hey, oh, let's go.
Now, Choke Points with Chris Sullivan.
Presented by Carter Subaru.
Well, day 2 of the month of hell is looking like day number 1.
Yeah, pretty much a repeat.
What have we learned?
Well, what we've learned really, and I got to go a little off script here too, because I think it's probably just better to have a little talk about what's happening.
Yeah,
is
he's rolling.
People are going to have to do something different. The people are going to have to make choices to maybe get themselves out of this, so they're not going to be stuck at the height of this. And here's what we've been experiencing really for the last 2 days: is between say 5 a.m. and about 6:15. You're going to be okay. So maybe you get into work a little bit earlier, or maybe you decide to keep us the third fittest city by working out in the morning. Maybe you don't start work till 9. Maybe get a workout once you get down to near your office, or have treat yourself to breakfast, something. But get down here, because starting about 6:15, we start really seeing it, and by about almost 7, we're up to a 10-mile backup. That's what we've seen the last 2 mornings, with people basically doing the exact same thing. Now, what are the alternatives? Well, you could take light rail. I mean, Linwood does go down that spine. If you can make it to the Linwood station or to Northgate, reminder, get there early, because the people who already use light rail are there early and take all the parking spots. So if you can have somebody who's maybe they're going somewhere else to commute, maybe you and your spouse or your roommate or whatever, you guys commute together even though you're not going anywhere the same way. Maybe they drop you off at the train station and you go to your job. Maybe you take the bus. Maybe you ask your boss if you can be remote a couple of days a week. Maybe you come in later. I mean, by about 11 o'clock, it started getting better. But again, do you really want to work it from noon to 8 when you're used to working 9 to 5? But the only way this is going to get better or be any different is if people do something different with their commute, which I know is hard to do, but let's be honest, what's your time worth? If you spent 2 days in here in hour delays trying to get where you're going, that's not a good use of your time. That's not great for your mental health. It's time to do something different.
This is purely the express lanes that is causing all of this, because northbound, I mean, you got 2 lanes shut down on the main line, and people are just zooming up like a normal day.
Yeah, and that's you are, and that's the funny thing. I hardly have mentioned at all where the actual closure is on the freeway. And again, it's northbound on the Ship Canal Bridge. We're at half capacity. The 2 right lanes are all that's open. And we are backed up from basically Pike Pine approaching Mercer up to 520, up to through that area once you get through the construction zone. So it is legitimate there too for people trying to go northbound. But with the express lanes open northbound, people have some options, and that's even created a little bit better drive for people who are getting into Seattle. Those 2 backups haven't really merged, like the people who get off at Seneca versus the people who are continuing through. That backup hasn't merged. You're actually doing okay under the convention center before you hit it, say, as you get a little bit further north towards Mercer or to Roanoke. But yeah, it's very odd. But again, that just shows you how many people use those southbound express lanes every morning to do what they need to do, because when they're gone, this is what we see. And we've seen it before this construction, when there's like a late opening for those, or there's a malfunction, we've seen it. So the only way this is going to get better or be different is if our listeners, if people do something different, if they can. I know it's not easy to tell the boss, but I think it's time to start. We've tested the waters for 2 days. This is what happens when you do everything normal. Time to start thinking of something else.
All right. Not to put you on the spot, I know Nate was all over it yesterday afternoon, but how has this affected the afternoon drive?
Well, what it's really done is created big backups getting out of Seattle from people who are normally, they get in downtown and they get caught up in that. Again, with the express lanes open northbound, you have some options that alleviate some of the late merging. What we really saw trouble with people like getting to the Mariners game coming across I-90, because you're driving right into, if you're going northbound, you're driving into that closure, and if you're going south, say for instance you work in Soto, you might just get on I-5 like normal, or go through the CD lanes. I might drive a mile south, get onto I-5 northbound just so I could access the express lanes. Another spot is if you're 2+, you can get in the express lanes at 5th and Columbia. Problem is, I asked WashDOT if they would get rid of the HOV requirement yesterday so that everybody could use that entrance at 5th and Columbia. And they said no. They said no. They said no. And so that, I thought that might be a way to alleviate something. But yeah, I mean, the question becomes, as I've said already multiple times, is, what are you going to do about it? You could either stay, I'm happy talking to you about this for the hour-and-a-half drive. We're going to have great content for here with Amanda, even with Charlie gone. David, we'll figure this thing out at Seattle's Morning News. We'll provide you great company, but you might want to consider something different, because this isn't fun.
As producer David enjoys reminding me, I am getting older. And I'm old enough to remember Carmageddon, previous Revive I-5s, and those warnings going out, and it hadn't been nearly as bad. What's different this time around?
Because I think a lot of people our short-term memory and institutional memory is gone. We're used to, the news maybe overblowing things a little bit. Maybe people don't trust us as much as we could have. I'm talking the royal we and media in general. I understand that. But we have no incentive to not tell you what we think is going to happen. And in this case, I said plan for an extra hour getting through Seattle.
Nailed it.
And pretty much have nailed that. Yeah. I just want you guys to get through this okay. And I think people have just kind of said, it's not going to be that big a deal. Well, it is. And hopefully it'll get better with people making some changes in what they need to do to get where they need to go, if they can.
Okay, and if you're listening a little later than you normally do because you're stuck in traffic, remember, every 10 minutes on the 3, Sully has an update, and you're going to be a lot more spot on than those apps and maps.
I'm a little faster in reacting than a lot of those. And I can also tell you that if you end up like Jake Skorheim, our afternoon host, Waze took him to grandmother's house, to grandfather's house, to aunt and uncle's houses. Yeah. He was driving around UW somehow.
It was more than 2 hours.
He was all over the place trying to beat it. And you just can't.
Okay.
Some days.
Let's check things at the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk. How's it looking right now?
That's, we're a little better. The backup doesn't extend into Linwood anymore. It's kind of right there at the Edmonds exit. But then it's about 10 miles worth of bumper-to-bumper still all the way down to not quite Mercer. Maybe, right there at the Ship Canal Bridge, it kind of loosens up a little bit. But we're still working with an hour and 40-minute trip from Everett to Seattle with an hour and 25 of that away from Linwood. So still very gross drives. 99 southbound is really heavy all the way coming down from about 145th and really from Green Lake all the way down into South Lake Union. The Lake City Way drive is not great either, trying to tie into 405. Even Roosevelt's getting into it as people are looking for any way to get around. And we're definitely seeing some slowing on westbound 520, trying to tie in along with I-90. So big time, delays out of Snohomish County. And let's not forget, a lot of people bailed and went to 405, and it's bumper to bumper from Linwood all the way down through Bothell and now extending through Totem Lake. So it's an hour and a half from Everett to Bellevue as well. Rented to Bellevue, still struggling a little bit, but 45 minutes is about average. 50 minutes from Puyallup to Renton. Really slow up the hill to Highway 18. We might have a crash on that ramp from westbound 18 to southbound 5. Also seeing a Federal Way to Seattle drive of about an hour and 15 minutes. This report brought to you by Lake Washington Windows and Doors. Upgrade your view with Lake Washington Windows. Buy one window or door, get a second 50% off through the month of July. LakeWashingtonWindows.com.
Clouds to start the day, sunshine later. We're headed for a high of 80. A little bit warmer tomorrow, 84, and then we'll get back down to the upper 70s by Thursday. Right now, cloudy and 59 in Seattle.
Coming up, New York Times investigative reporter David Farenthold with the latest on pushes for the release of the Jeffrey Epstein files here on Seattle's Morning News.
This hour is brought to you by WaFd Bank.
The first place you turn to for breaking news.
Protest outside City Hall.
KIRO News Radio.
James Lynch begins our team coverage live at City Hall.
Now, we are told by SPD that 4 people have been arrested for assault. For more on the counter protesters, we go to Scott Carty.
See a group of another 10 officers come down the steps.
Closure is now extended from Washington closer to the stadiums.
KIRO News Radio on 97.3 FM and download the KIRO News Radio app to listen anytime.
This might be the most surprising statistic I've shared in decades of doing local news. More than 75% of commuters will be involved in a car accident at some point. JP Pendergast of Pendergast Law with more.
What makes it more surprising? The average person will be involved in 3 to 4 collisions in their lifetime.
With accidents unbelievably prevalent, what are some safety tips if it happens to you?
Safety first. Secondary collisions are not uncommon while awaiting help. Turn on those hazards and remain in a safe place. If a bystander witnessed the accident, capture their information and encourage them to remain at the scene. Seek medical attention immediately if needed, as delaying can be a costly mistake. Lastly, remember that statements made to police and insurance adjusters can affect your case.
Collisions are more common than we'd like to think. If you find yourself in one, follow these helpful tips and then call my friends at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one's injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
PendergastLaw.com.
Hey, it's Doctors King and Kopstein from K2 Vision. If you're at the stage where you need readers, whether you've had LASIK or not, it may be time to consider K2 Vision RLE. I tell my King LASIK patients, laser vision correction won't solve the eventual need for reading glasses due to an aging, dysfunctional lens.
But K2 Vision RLE will. It's not a question of if your lens becomes dysfunctional, it's when. At that point, you'll need reading glasses and could benefit from refractive lens exchange, a permanent solution to distance, intermediate, and near vision problems. In other words, no glasses, no contacts, and no readers.
And no cataracts.
Exactly. After K2 Vision RLE, you will never develop a cataract.
K2 Vision RLE is quick and painless.
And because we've performed over 100,000 procedures and followed the outcomes, we have the experience to know if RLE is right for you.
Schedule your free Zoom consultation today at k2visionrle.com and let's get your vision feeling young again, permanently.
Go to k2visionrle.com.
Well, this is pretty fun for me. Normally, Shannon O'Kelly and I are talking physical therapy, but today we are talking First Mark Insurance. You made the call to First Mark. You took the challenge. Why?
Brock, I was looking for a local agency that I could align with similar values, and they've helped us here at IRG. They shop different plans. They find the best plan for you, the best price, the best coverage, great customer service, and great connectivity.
Did they save you any money along the way?
Absolutely, they saved us money. Obviously, here at IRG, I have several needs in the insurance industry, and they look at those needs A to Z, and they find out what kind of coverage you need, what is the best coverage, at what cost, and they're always looking to save money. And again, it's all about providing my company, IRG, great customer service.
Well, Shannon and IRG, they took the challenge. Molly and I, we took the challenge. Are you confident that your business is getting the very best when it comes to your insurance needs? If not, take the First Mark Challenge today, and it's totally free. Just go to firstmarkinsurance.com, your teammate that goes to work for you. firstmarkinsurance.com.
Bathfitter just hit a big milestone, 42,000 installations in Western Washington. Celebrate with payments as low as $125 a month. A beautiful bath installed in one day, no mess, and a lifetime warranty. Call Bathfitter or visit bathfitternw.com today.
Are you trying to buy a new home, or are you a local real estate agent seeking financing for a client? We're all tired of dealing with banks, credit unions, and endless guidelines. Wouldn't it be nice to go back in time when we had common sense lending? Hi, I'm Scott Rureka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital based in Bellevue. We are one of the largest local private portfolio lenders in Washington. We've helped thousands of home buyers and real estate investors reach their financial goals by leveraging the Legacy Common Sense borrowing platform. What that means is we lend our own money, we make our own decisions. If your deal makes sense, we'll get it done. Whether you're purchasing a new piece of real estate or refinancing an existing loan, bridge loans, construction, or regular home loan, it doesn't have to be as difficult as banks and lenders make it. If you're trying to grow wealth through real estate acquisition, come talk to the experts in private lending.
Call 425-635-4700 or LegacyG.com. Legacy Group Capital, your common sense lender. LegacyG.com.
Guys, did you know your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED? And right now, Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your testosterone for free. They've helped thousands of men since 2011 feel and perform better. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Schedule your free testosterone test, exam, and consultation today. Call 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Hey, it's Lori from Guardian Roofing, Gutters, and Insulation with exciting news. We now offer the exclusive K-Guard gutter system. Say goodbye to clogged gutters and hello to less maintenance. Call today or visit us online at guardianroofing.com.
If you're traveling through the SCA airport this summer, use the new Security Checkpoint 1 at the south end of baggage claim. Just one of the many upgrade SCA projects taking your airport from now to wow. Stay up to date on all airport projects by following @FlySCA.
Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and MyNorthwest.com.
Live from East Lake Avenue.
You're listening to Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
It's 8:31. Good morning. A murder suspect who fled halfway around the world is now back in King County.
The 20-year-old man is accused of shooting a woman last year outside a Costco in Tukwila, then fleeing to Kenya. Now he's behind bars in Seattle.
We get the update live from KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey.
Salman Haji was just arrested in Kenya by FBI agents. That deadly shooting he's accused of committing happened more than a year ago in the Costco parking lot. Here's what a witness told KIRO 7 TV at the time.
Once I got out of the car, I went to walk up. The lady was still down on the ground. They were covered. She had a red blanket over her.
Police say Haji fled the U.S. some 5 days after the shooting when the headlines started hitting social media. Prosecutors say he walked up to his two victims in that parking lot and tried to rob them. They say he ended up shooting 67-year-old Yuan Ming. It was a busy Friday afternoon at that Costco.
It is concerning to hear just because it was in the Costco parking lot.
I don't know if I could ever park in that area. Not that it's going to make any difference, but it's just sad, the memories.
Haji's co-defendant, 20-year-old Ilyas Abdi, is also charged with murder. Police say he drove the getaway car, which was a Porsche SUV that was hijacked from a woman earlier that day in Seattle. Como TV is reporting Abdi was arrested in May for a separate shooting in Kent, and he's being held on $6 million bail. Haji is being held on $5 million bail. He also faces federal carjacking charges.
Thank you, Luke. Less than a year after killing a 59-year-old man, a 19-year-old Tacoma man has been sentenced to more than 10 years in prison.
In a plea deal, Chase Andrew Wilcox admitted to shooting Richter Murphy with 8 deadly gunshots Halloween night after a brief argument. KIRO 7 TV was there for Wilcox's apology.
I'm really sorry for everything that happened. I didn't want it to ever play out like that. I wanted us to both be able to go home and enjoy our lives. And I just really apologize.
That came after Murphy's mom bared her grief in court.
You stole my son's life! Chase Wilcox needs to be behind bars for the maximum time. This was a young man that had it in his heart to kill somebody that day.
Pierce County Judge Susan Adams says she hopes the family can, quote, live in honor of the wonderful man Richter Murphy was.
A hot pizza helped Linwood police catch a credit card thief. Officers say someone stole a wallet at the Linwood Rec Center Friday. Soon after, Little Caesars pizzas were being bought with the stolen card. KIRO 7 TV says police used flock safety cameras to track the suspect's car to a gas station. Inside, they found several pizza boxes, still warm. The suspect was arrested and booked for identity theft and second-degree theft.
Let's check the roads now. We do this every 10 minutes on the threes. Chris Sullivan is at the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk.
Fraud doesn't really go like pizza.
I think it's generous to call it hot pizza, too.
Wow. Going after Caesar. By the way, everyone, I want you to take a deep, cleansing breath. Jenny in the 206. Can't wait for the snow. Not. Yeah, we haven't seen a commute like this since we've had a really good rain or hailstorm or snow. Yeah, it's brutal. Out of the north end primarily. Again, because of the construction on the Ship Canal Bridge, the express lanes remain open in the northbound direction only. The good news is the backup on southbound 5 is starting to show a little bit of sign of getting a little better. We've picked up 5 minutes. I know it's still an hour and 20 minutes from Linwood, but there's a couple of gaps here and there, but the breaks do begin in Mount Lake Terrace and extend all the way. 99 is bumper to bumper from Green Lake down to Lake City Way is not really moving. Both lake bridges westbound are going to need about a half an hour. 520 is really jammed up because you're driving right into that northbound Ship Canal Bridge closure. The two right lanes are all that are open, so you have to kind of deal with the merging. Northbound I-5 is getting better. We're definitely better through Federal Way and not as bad at the north end as it could be. 55 minutes from Federal Way to Seattle. Rented to Bellevue is about 45. Valley Freeway back down to 45, and we do have a crash at the end of the ramp on westbound 18 to southbound 5 right there south of Federal Way, so expect a little bit of braking up the hill. This report brought to you by Superior Linen Service, 98 years servicing quality uniforms, floor mats, and more. Call Superior Linen Service. They answer the phone or visit suplinen.com.
Forecast calls for sunshine by the afternoon, a high of 80, 84 for a high tomorrow. Right now in Seattle, it's clear, or make that cloudy, and 60.
Seattle's Morning News on KIRO Newsradio.
On Tuesdays, we call up New York Times investigative reporter David Fahrenthold to look at some of the big stories of the week. And we start with the Jeffrey Epstein story.
Good morning, David. This clearly is not going away anytime soon.
That's right. President Trump seems to be doing everything he can to try to throw some sort of chaff in the air and distract everybody, but it doesn't seem to be going away.
And what is the latest here? Because Democrats, I think it's fair to say, smell blood in the water.
They do. I don't know what the political consequences of this will be so far away from the midterms. But yes, this is a moment where President Trump has been unable to change the subject, where there truly is something outside his control here, which is that there seems to be evidence and knowledge someplace about his connections to Jeffrey Epstein, that there's some things out there that we don't know about him. And that seems to be on its way to coming out. Trump has asked the courts to open up the Jeffrey Epstein grand jury trial. Ghislaine Maxwell, Epstein's longtime fixer and procurer, has said she's willing to testify. So there are other shoes to drop, but whether they will drop, I don't know.
How does Congress fit into all of this?
Well, members of Congress, especially Republicans in Congress, have been so devoted to President Trump, sort of doing whatever he wants. But we've seen a few instances on this case where they are sort of breaking away from him and saying, hey, we want there to be more transparency. We want there to be more court documents released. But Speaker Mike Johnson, who, is very, very close to Trump, he seems to be backing off from his independence and now saying, Trump needs some space. We shouldn't take a vote about releasing the Epstein files. He's trying to give Trump cover rather than calling for more disclosure in this case.
How unusual is it to see pushback from the mega faithful on the president?
It's really unusual, and it takes an issue like this, an issue of, children, pedophilia, sex trafficking, something that's very, very close to a lot of their hearts and things that they really, really care about. There's very few subjects that in this life they care about enough to not listen to Trump, and this is one of them.
Well, speaking of releasing files, the Trump administration has released a set of files long kept by the FBI surrounding the assassination of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Did we learn anything new?
No, and I would expect to see more distraction like this. We'll probably get some alien files before this is all over with. That they've been trying to throw out various controversies and cases to try to distract people's attention from the Epstein case. So there was a lot of case files that came out yesterday on MLK Jr., but as far as I know, nothing we didn't already know.
Can you tell us about the pushback from Martin Luther King's family?
Well, yeah, they have said that they didn't want these documents released, that these were things that they felt that, including the FBI spying on Martin Luther King, things that, have dealt with him and not with the assassination. They didn't want these documents released, but they were released anyway.
And David, I don't know if you saw it yesterday, but Hunter Biden made some headlines by doing an interview, and he was basically going full blast against Democrats, in particular those in Congress he felt weren't sufficiently loyal to President Biden. If you saw that interview, what do you make of it?
I did. I thought that was such a funny moment. Hunter Biden looks at his father's greatest political enemy, Donald Trump is in some of the worst political straits of his second term, and Hunter Biden's like, you know what, we need more of me. I need to be out there making some news, distracting everybody from Donald Trump's problems. Yeah, I think that's what he said was reflective of the Biden camp generally, that they think that Joe Biden was doing great and didn't need to drop out of the election, and they're mad at the people like Nancy Pelosi who pushed him to leave in 2024. It's all a bit insane given how Joe Biden performed and how the public viewed Joe Biden, but that's the view they had in the Biden bubble, and it doesn't seem to have dissipated even now.
And how does that feel, knowing it was a year ago yesterday President Biden dropped out of the race? It seems like a lifetime ago to me.
It really does. So much has happened since then. And I think what's been really amazing to me is the way that the Biden folks have reacted now, after this election, after that, the first 6 months of President Trump. Their reaction is not, oh man, Joe Biden should have not run. He should have gotten out of that race in 2022 and let another Democrat, let the Democrats have a full race to determine who the best candidate to run against Trump was. Their reaction is Joe Biden could have won. If only he hadn't been stabbed in the back by those Democrats, and just sort of wish away what happened at that debate.
1 year. Time is certainly an interesting concept these days, David. Thanks for your time this morning. New York Times investigative reporter David Farenthold.
Sully has traffic coming up next. This is Seattle's Morning News.
Being the new kid in high school is hard. I didn't know if I would be accepted or if I'd fit in, because being known is key to who we are. Hi, I'm Peyton Seal. When I first came to King Schools, I knew something was different. My teachers cared about me. I have community. I'm learning who God called me to be.
Sign up for a tour today, and if you enroll, just mention this ad and pay no application fee. Visit joinkings.org for more info. That's joinkings.org, building resilient disciples of Christ through Christian education for 75 years.
This is Chris Davis with the Davis Law Group. Did you know that a pedestrian does not have to be crossing the street on a marked crosswalk to have a successful legal claim against the driver? Pedestrians can even be partially at fault for a collision and still have a valuable claim. Call us today for a free consultation or get my free book on pedestrian accident law at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com. That's Davis Law Group, better service and even better results.
Well, I'm here with my good buddy, Dr. Dan Nelson from Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine. And you've heard from Dr. Dan's patients over the years how a simple stem cell procedure has successfully conquered their pain. Well, folks, now it's my turn. After years of dealing with knee pain from all the football abuse, I can say my knee pain now is almost 100% gone. How'd you do it, Dr. Dan?
Well, Brock, personally, I'm very happy that you did so well. And your story is like so many of our other patients who come in, former athletes and non-athletes as well, who have come in with chronic knee pain, and they are looking for alternatives besides knee replacement surgery. And we're happy to provide this service. It's been truly a game changer for so many folks. It's just been a pleasure to be part of this.
Consider Dr. Nelson, the only doctor with over 30 years of experience in pain medicine techniques, including stem cell therapy. I was in and out with a couple of follow-ups. It's a non-surgical solution to pain using your own stem cells. Consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD at 425-823-4000 or visit DanielNelsonMD.com. That's DanielNelsonMD.com.
843, Sully's at the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk.
And we are seeing things get just a little bit better on southbound I-5. We picked up a couple of minutes. We're back under an hour and 20 from Linwood into Seattle. Take the gains where you can get them. Everett to Seattle, still about an hour and 40, maybe a little under. The backup does start to have a little bit of some breaks in it here and there, but you're going to hit it right around Mount Lake Terrace, right there by the Transit Center, the Edmonds area, right there by the Nile Golf Course, and you're going to be on it down to about the U District. 405 is not much better. I mean, it's probably just the same. Everett to Bellevue, about an hour and 40 minutes as well, with an hour and 15 just from Linwood, because you're stacked in from Linwood all the way down to the Totem Lake area. Across the lake, both lake bridges are really struggling in the westbound direction now. We've got about a 30-minute trip for you guys. As for the actual closure zone, northbound I-5 getting across the Ship Canal Bridge, we're backed up to about Denny, so just outside the convention center going up past 520, where we have the two right lanes open for that work that they're doing there. Northbound I-5 is not too bad from Federal Way on up through South Center and really up to about about the middle of Boeing Field. We're about 50 minutes from Everett to Seattle, a little faster than you might expect. The express lanes are open in your direction, so that is definitely a bonus. Renton to Bellevue, about 50 minutes. Behind that, the Valley Freeway just has some slowing in spots here and there, primarily Auburn, and you've got about a 45-minute trip from end to end. Westbound 18 struggles a little bit getting over to I-5. We did have a crash on that ramp to southbound 5. It has cleared. This report brought to you by Washington 811. If you're digging in your yard, the law requires you to call 811 to avoid dangerous and costly damage. Call 811 or submit online, digsafewa.com.
Another beautiful day on the way. Our forecast calls for mostly sunny skies after the clouds burn off. 80 today. Tomorrow will be the warmest day of the week at 84, but then we'll cool off again on Thursday. Clouds in the morning, sunshine in the afternoon hours, 78 Thursday, and then down to the mid-70s through the weekend. Right now it's cloudy and 59 in Seattle.
8:45 now. We check in with Scott Carty.
It was quite a night of late-night TV in the first episode since CBS announced the cancellation of The Late Show with Stephen Colbert.
They're killing off our show, but they made one mistake. They left me alive.
On Colbert's show, he reveled in being able to finally say how he really feels about President Trump.
I don't care for him.
But after reading Trump's comments that he had posted about Colbert, saying he had no talent and everything, the host elaborated.
How dare you, sir? Would an untalented man be able to compose the following satirical witticism? Go yourself.
Oh, he got pretty pointed. So There it was. Among other shows, Jon Stewart did an amazing open. He even had a full choir backing him. And also at Colbert, they did feature all of the other hosts, Jimmy Fallon, Jon Stewart, all these other people, including Adam Sandler, in his audience as kind of a kiss cam parody. So it was a lot of fun.
Okay, thank you, Scott. Coming up, G. Scott. He's going to be talking about the life and death of Malcolm Jamal Warner. This is Seattle's Morning News.
Business leaders know to solve a problem, you got to look at it in a new way. Like travel between Seattle and Portland. Why is it such a pain? I-5 traffic, TSA slowdowns, SeaTac hassles. Seaport removes those pain points. We fly out of Boeing Field and a private terminal at PDX. You park for free, steps away from your plane. And with flights every 45 minutes, you're always home for dinner. Problem solved. Seaport Airlines. It's about time.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com, sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
You probably know Valentine Roofing for, well, roofing. In fact, they were voted best roofing company in the Pacific Northwest 2 years running. But did you know they do much more than just roofing? If you need anything addressed on your siding, gutters, attic insulation, or even exterior cleaning, give them a call. That's what I did. Hey, Jake Skorheim here. I recently had a bit of a moss problem on my roof, which happens here in the Northwest. I called Valentine Roofing to schedule a service, and it couldn't have been easier or faster. And the best thing for my hectic schedule, I didn't even need to be there for the appointment. They did everything while I was at work, and after they finished and cleaned up, I got a link with all the details and photo and video of the service. Valentine Roofing is a name you know, the team you can trust, and the craftsmanship your home deserves. So next time you need work done on your home, whether it's your roof, siding, attic, or gutters, call my favorite home improvement company, Valentine Roofing. Schedule your free estimate today by calling Valentine Roofing at 206-ROOFING or schedule online at valentineroof.com. That's valentineroof.com.
At Clear Choice Dental Implant Centers, we get that your teeth, your budget, and your story are all unique to you, which is why our experts who specialize in dental implants will build a custom solution around each patient's needs. With personalized treatment plans and third-party financing options, we'll help you get your new teeth on your terms. Visit clearchoice.com or call 888-SMILE-05 to schedule your free consultation today and let us help Seattle start smiling again.
Office is owned by Dr. Alfonso Pinheiro.
Hey, it's John Curley for Closets by Design. Our closets were a mess, so I called Closets by Design. They came in and did exceptional work. Now, they're locally owned, and they've been operating for more than 2 decades. I love these guys. A family-run business with national backing, and they source almost all their products right here in Washington. Have Closets by Design come out and customize your closet. Right now, 40% off plus an additional 15% off with 18 months financing and free installation. 1-800-BY-DESIGN or closetsbydesign.com.
Seattle's morning news. Hear it live, stream it online, watch the show, or catch the podcast anytime on mynorthwest.com.
And joining us now from the G and Ursula Show, also the host of the Reset podcast, G. Scott is here. And G, during your show yesterday, you walked out into the newsroom with just stunning news about the death of Malcolm Jamal Warner. Have you had a chance to process this?
It wasn't until after my work event last night, driving home. Sully would like this. I was driving home from Mill Creek down to Tacoma, so I had a little bit of a drive.
That's a good one.
Nice little hour and a half drive. What as bad as I thought it was going to be. It wasn't until that drive that it really started to sink in. So I know music on or anything, and I was thinking, man. Why is this celebrity? Why is this bothering me so much? And I got to thinking, and I started thinking about the Cosby Show and Theo, and then I started thinking about how every Thursday I watched this with my dad. So now you start being nostalgic, and then I started to think, oh wow, a lot of the Huxtables, Cosby, like a lot of it mirrored kind of my life a little bit, at least how I looked at life. Not that my dad was a doctor or anything like that, but my dad was a police officer, mom probation officer, and I kind of related to Theo a lot. And so that part, I didn't realize, like, wow, I really was crushed by his passing. And then I started to think about it, and something you talked about in your commentary, and you nailed it, Charlie, good job, was Bill Cosby having his comments about him and CBS reaching out to him to see his thoughts about when he found out that Malcolm Jamal Warner had passed. And I thought, nobody wants to hear from Bill Cosby. And I was thinking, why am I so angry with Bill Cosby too? Oh, not only is he a monster, and I really believe that in my heart, he's a monster is someone that I looked at like a second dad growing up. Like, that was the person, whether it was Bill Cosby or it was Fat Albert. Like, I really, really looked at, and so he really disappointed me. And I have never watched a Cosby show since. So the passing of Malcolm Jamal Warner, I think that not just myself, I bet a lot of people who, and remember, during that time, we only had 3-4 channels. This is before cable TV got big. So Theo was in a lot of homes from 1984 to 1982, even though it was 8 years, felt like 40 years that you grew up with Theo.
There's nothing like that show now.
No.
Is there?
No. It's not. And I don't think there ever will be, because I think that show was the first time, right, that so many people got to see, like, here's a family that is a black family that is middle to upper middle class, doing okay successfully, talking a lot about education, talking a lot about parenting, just a lot of things that all families could use, but it was through the lens of a black family. So you're right, Manda. You won't get that again.
Yeah, Malcolm Jamal Warner. Truly sounded like a decent guy. He kept his family out of the spotlight. A lot of good things about him. So maybe we can remember that fondly.
One last thing that hit me was the drowning part. That part of it really is rough. I mean, the ocean, it's a beast, a real beast.
Yeah. All right. G. Scott coming up 9 to noon here on KIRO News Radio. At 8:53, let's check traffic. Sully's at the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk.
Well, we're picking up the pace a little bit on the I-5 southbound and I-405 southbound drives. I think there are a few more people have decided to do something a little different later into the day, which is good. We're back down to about an hour and 10-minute trip from Linwood to Seattle or Linwood to Bellevue. Those are both about 20, 25-minute delays. So we're starting to see things get a little bit better. And in fact, the Federal Way to Seattle drive is back down to 50 minutes, 30 of those minutes from South Center. Reminder that you can use the express lanes northbound to get around the closure of the Ship Canal Bridge. 2 right lanes are all that's open across the bridge now, getting you up towards the U District at 45th. Valley Freeway, under 45 minutes to go from end to end. Still have a struggling 50-minute trip from Renton to Bellevue, so that's not exactly a great thing. The Lake Bridges, westbound, are both running around 25 minutes, but that isn't out of line. So I'm hoping tomorrow will be better. This report brought to you by Pro Sculpt, the one-day permanent fat loss skin tightening solution for men and women, offered by New Skin Med Spa in Bellevue. Book your free consultation, prosculpt.com.
Charlie and I both chuckled when you said I hope things will be better tomorrow.
Yeah, gotta hope for the best.
Well, the weather's nice. Mostly sunny by afternoon today, headed for a high of 80. A little bit warmer tomorrow. Again, clouds in the morning, sunshine in the afternoon, and 84. And then we'll cool back off to the upper 70s by Thursday. It's cloudy, then 59 in Seattle right now.
Coming up on G and Ursula, the tax breaks Washington homeowners can expect in the next fiscal year. That's next here on KIRO News Radio.
Bathfitter just hit a big milestone, 42,000 installations in Western Washington. That's 42,000 bathrooms made safer, cleaner, and more stylish. To celebrate, Bathfitter is offering payments as low as $125 a month. Custom-fit tub and shower solutions are installed in as little as 1 day, while also removing your old setup. Every installation is backed by a lifetime warranty for total peace of mind. Call Bathfitter or visit bathfitternw.com today to schedule a free consultation. The special offer won't last.
Hey guys, it's Keith Dashafi from Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington, and we are not done celebrating 100 years of industry leadership. For a limited time, get $100 off every window, $100 off every door, or choose 60 months of 0% financing with no interest and equal payments. That's right, 100 years strong, and we're giving you more ways to save on the Pella difference. Schedule your free consultation today at PellaPNW.com. Thank you again for letting us serve you in the Northwest.
It started as a puddle.
Where?
In the shower.
Uh-oh.
Then the kitchen sink.
Started backing up?
Yeah.
I know where this is going.
Clogged up.
Right. No problem.
Beg your pardon?
There's no clog we can't clear.
You're Dan.
From Apollo Plumbing.
This is going to get pricey.
How about $83?
To clear my drain?
Apollo Plumbing clears main drains every day.
For $83?
$83 or it's free.
What's the catch?
No catch. We'll even do a camera inspection.
Why's that?
It's the best way to find the cause of your clog.
And it's included?
No extra charge. Truth is, we hate clogs.
I don't love them.
Seen them all.
Ew.
I promise, there's no clog Apollo can't clear.
Guaranteed.
83 or free.
Goodbye, slow drains.
All it takes is an accessible clean out.
And Apollo gets my drains draining again.
You call, we come, it's fixed.
My heroes.
Just doing our job.
Thank you, Apollo Plumbing.
ApolloPlumbing.com.
Ooh, ma. What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud Phone System. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very
calm. I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooh.